a winning record. So, excuse me, not a winning record, but a decent amount of fights, you know. But Rohan Polanco, 200 amateur fights, 194 and 6. So I asked him, why not wait for the Olympics? And he said he is. So during this time where there's no Olympics, they're going to be delayed. We're gonna see Polanco make his pro debut first and then go to the Olympics, which now professional fighters technically can go to the Olympics.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about professional fighters being in the Olympics, Chris, but Polanco, with his amateur background, he's about to get a taste of what he can expect in the pros. Because like you said, even though Jesus Lopez Perez doesn't have the best record, that experience in the ring helps you out. It's very different getting in there with no headgear and the 8-ounce gloves that they wear, Chris. So we're gonna see how.
Yeah, I think it just might be the fact that it's the 8-ounce gloves, because I believe the boxers now have the option to not wear headgear in the Olympics. It started, I want to say, almost 2 years ago. I'm going to say yes. You can directly quote me on that. That if they don't want to, they don't have to use headgear.
Tercera llamada, comenzamos. Y en nombre de Poristeca Boxing Promotions le damos la más cordial bienvenida a una tarde boxística más. En esta ocasión, desde la frontera más visitada del mundo, Tijuana, Baja California, México. Este evento es sancionado por la Honorable Comisión de Box, Lucha Libre y Artes Marciales Mixtas de esta ciudad de Tijuana. Presidente Carlos Labastida. Comisionado Jesús González. Jefe de Servicios Médicos, el doctor Benjamín Sandoval. Al frente del tiempo, César Fernández. Sus 3 jueces, Jesse Hernández, Sergio Lechuga y Juan Luis Barba. Y su referee para este combate, de la Isla del Encanto, Puerto Rico, Ángel Méndez. Ahora bien, amigos, prepárense. 6 rounds de combate en la división de peso welter. 6 rounds of boxing in the welterweight division. Introducing first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. He wears red with black and white. He officially weighs in 148 pounds. Presentando ustedes en la esquina azul, con pantaloncillo color rojo con blanco y negro, con un peso de 148 libras. He stands with 23 professional bouts. Cuenta con 23 combates profesionales, representando a su natal, Costa Rica, Sinaloa. Jesús López Pérez. And his opponent across the ring, standing in the red corner. He wears blue with gold. He officially weighs in 147 pounds. Y su rival en la esquina roja, con pantaloncillo color azul con oro, con un peso de 147 libras. And this afternoon, he's making his pro debut, haciendo su debut profesional de la República Dominicana, representando San Diego House of Boxing aquí en Estados Unidos, Rohan Polanco. And with the final instructions, your referee, Ángel Méndez. 6 rounds, 6 asaltos.
Gentlemen, you were given instructions to protect yourself at all times, so they may commence at all times. Protéjanse a todo momento y ya recibir las instrucciones. Muy buena suerte, toquen guantes.
And here we go for our first bout of the afternoon. Rohan Polanco versus Jesus Perez.
I'm very excited to see his amateur style, his boxing fundamentals. We're about to see some boxing 101.
I like how you stated that, some boxing 101, because 194 amateur boxing wins.
That's no joke.
That is absolutely no joke. That's a very good record for anybody, man. And whatever you do, play ping pong, play whatever.
That's for sure. You do something 200 times, you're good at it. That's for sure.
As Polanco just paused with the jab at the beginning of the round, kind of studying his opponent, and he And Dylan, he has that little Mayweather shoulder roll attempt there. See if, well, what do you think about that?
You know what? I like how Polanco's coming out. He's looking calm, composed. That's how you should be when you're making your pro debut. You know, a lot of these guys like to come out and they get a bit too excited and they start making mistakes. This is what you should be doing. This is what having that pedigree in amateur boxing brings you.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. You know, he's very calm. Both us being professional fighters, I recall my first professional fight just being very nervous, a lot of nervous energy. I don't know what you could say about yourself.
Oh, I agree, man. Same thing.
As a 1-2 lands by Polanco, Perez go ahead, takes it. Okay. Comes forward. Not too much action. Little sidestepping from Polanco. Keeps jabbing. That amateur style that you said, Gerardo, seems to be playing out here.
Yeah, he's dodging, he's sidestepping, he's demonstrating good boxing fundamentals. I have to say something, it's not going to be very popular, but I don't like that Polanco came out like the Mayweather style this early in the fight. If you remember how Mayweather used to start his fights, he opened up with the full guard on, and then throw some feints, throw some jabs to the body in order to make his opponent come to him and counterpunch him.
Yeah, Polanco seems to feel comfortable right off the bat. Doesn't seem too worried about what Perez is throwing at him.
What you have to take for granted, you know, you got Perez, a 6-13 professional fighter, you know. As he throws a little barrage of punches, does Perez, but Polanco just shook it off, and that shoulder roll that you said you like, Gerardo, seemed to work there.
Definitely displaying good boxing fundamentals. There it goes with the jab once again.
You know what, Gerardo? I agree with you. He's keeping his hands down a little bit too much. I think it's a different feeling to get punched with those 8-ounce gloves versus the gloves that you wear in the amateur. Now, he has a lot of amateur background, but those 8-ounce gloves, man, they make a huge difference.
Yeah, they definitely do make a huge difference. A little shot that lands in the gym or lands in an amateur boxing match is not gonna swell you up. You know, you get caught square in the eye, you're gonna feel it. You know, and we're gonna see it on your face as well. You know, you start to swell up. Things that don't happen obviously in the amateur ranks, but definitely controlled the first round. Did Polanco, didn't seem to have too much trouble from Jesus Perez. Good showing for the first round of his professional boxing career.
I think they're starting off pretty slow. You know, even though he's coming out with his hands down, it is still a first round. So it's probably going to pick up.
Yeah, definitely. Like a little warm-up round. Not too much action. Polanco stayed on his back foot, controlled the pace of the fight.
One note I do want to give is that Polanco wasn't just staying in one place. He was moving around the ring, which is good. You have to be comfortable in the ring and utilize it to the full extent.
As he's doing there, Polanco lands a good jab. And that's a fast jab coming from Polanco.
It's a fast jab. It makes Perez think twice before throwing anything. Perez has 6 knockouts. You know, when he wins, it's by knockout. So Perez is going to try to get in there and try to throw those big shots and get another knockout here.
So that's something that we talked about, right, Dylan? Yes, he's 6-13, but all 6 of his wins have come by knockout. So this guy either knocks you out or he loses.
He's do or die.
He's do or die.
I
like that. He's do or die.
He landed a left hook right now on Polanco. And again, it's from him keeping that right hand down. He's utilizing that shoulder roll, Chris, using his left forearms as well to try to keep Bettis away.
And we see a little combination from Polanco, probably the most he's thrown here. There you go, and now he's starting to pick up the pace. He throws a right to the body and a jab to the body, but a good counter by Bettis. Made him think twice to shoot to the body in that way.
Yeah, Bettis has thrown that right hand a couple of times already in this fight. So right off the bat, you can tell he's looking for that knockout.
He's all in or all out. I like that style. As we see Polanco starting to pick up the pace just a little bit, throwing a few more shots, you know, still poking with the jab, still very defensive with that Mayweather stance. I always say, you don't pressure with that boxing stance. You can't go forward. That is to be fighting off of your back foot, not your front foot. You can't lead with that. So he might be walking into a hard right hand from Jesus Perez like you just mentioned, Dylan.
That's right, Chris, because Polanco is jumping in and out, but he's staying in there, mixing that up because, you know, he is faster than Lopez Perez, but Perez has caught him already with a couple of those right hands. And he goes for another one right
just
there.
a few. And to touch on what you just said, Polanco, the speed is much faster than Perez.
Good jab by Polanco. He's keeping that jab active, Chris, which I like.
And after 2 rounds, we're going to go to our unofficial scorer. Gerardo, how did you see the first 2 rounds?
Easy fight to score this fight, 20-18 for Rohan in his boxing debut. You know what, Chris Dillon? He is throwing his jab. The jab is all day long for Rohan tonight. So as he throws his jabs, he marks the pace of the fight. He's keeping his distance, but he should really take into consideration not being counterpunched against Lopez's right hand.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he's landing that jab over and over. To me, it might just be the only thing he's landing. He hasn't really put a mark on Perez yet, but he definitely is controlling the pace, hitting him hard with that jab.
He's doing a good job at controlling the pace, Chris. He's keeping that jab out there, you know, making Jesus Lopez Perez think twice. I would like to see him sit down on those punches a little bit more and do some damage on Perez. So far, so good for Polanco, though.
And that goes with the experience, you know, the fact that he's not sitting down on his shots, you know. He's just kind of pop shot him. He's used to just kind of winning those quick decisions.
The points,
the point system in the amateur. This is completely different in the professional.
Good overhand right, though.
Good jab to the body as well. So here's a question for you guys. What do you normally do? What's the strategy against an opponent that is displaying the Philly shell guard as Rohan Polanco is doing right now? What's a good strategy against an opponent like that?
You can go ahead and watch the replay of Maidana versus Mayweather. I think he did an excellent job versus that Philly shell Maidana did. Good body shot by Polanco. I like that he's starting to pick at the body, Chris. He was doing a little bit of work on the body, but now he's picking up the pace down there.
Yeah, definitely picking up the pace. But so is Jesus Perez. Jesus Perez coming in here. He didn't come to lose. He's coming forward. He's trying to throw good shots. You know, not necessarily landing the most overwhelming punches, but, you know, he's making a case for himself here in the 3rd round. As we see good defense from Polanco. And a good right hand by Polanco there. Oh, and another overhand right. Considering there's no crowd, ladies and gentlemen, those shots, even from here, Well, we're outdoors. They sound like they hurt.
You can hear them all right. He's growing. He's growing. He's growing in confidence.
Yeah, definitely growing in confidence. He's starting to pick up the pace here, landing 2 hard right hands here in this 3rd round. Is Polanco feeling loose with his hands down, where he lands another hard jab to Pettis' face. And a 3-punch combination evaded by Polanco.
That job to the jab to the body, Chris. He's staying consistent with it.
Yeah, I think though it's a shot for a longer fight, as Pettis lands a good hook to the body, may have gotten Polanco's attention, and probably the best round that Pettis had. Maybe not have won it on the judges' scorecards, but makes a little showing for himself here in this 3rd round.
Do want to make a note, Chris, that Polanco is coming out and making his debut on a 6-round fight. You know, that's unusual. Most professionals, when they're coming in, start off at 4 rounds, and they start to add rounds as they get more experience, Chris. Polanco, right off the bat, starting off with 6. That tells you what they're expecting from him.
Yeah, and we see that. Like, for example, Lomachenko fights for a world title in his 2nd professional fight. I mean, he did lose, but Orlando Salido was, you know,
that's no truck driver right there.
Was Orlando Salido. Orlando Salido was Orlando Salido.
Of course,
That's all you need to know.
Yeah. One of the most exciting fighters of recent generations of Mexican fighters, Orlando Salido.
Definitely.
Tell you one thing, if Lopez wants to have a chance at winning this fight, he needs to pick up the pace a little bit. And we see him starting to, move his waist, trying to get in close. Pettis is looking for that knockout, and what he wants to do is he wants to get in close and mix it up. Now, Polanco's doing an excellent job at using that jab and using the ring at keeping Pettis, at distance. But when Pettis throws those overhand shots, they're landing, Chris.
Yeah, they are landing, not with the most conviction, but they are landing, as Polanco kind of sets a little tone for the beginning of the 4th round and trying to maybe throw a little bit more punches, trying to get his opponent out in his very first professional fight.
I would like to see more body punches for Lopez. You know, if he's not finding the head, perhaps he'll find the body.
Oh, you're right.
You know, and right now Polanco, he hasn't been hit with a significant shot, but Pettis is picking up the pace. And when he gets close, Polanco is doing shoulder rolls, which are working right now. But like we said, if he gets caught with one hit, with those 8-ounce gloves, it's, it could be a good night.
You're right, and you know that Lopez Perez has that knockout power.
All 6 of his wins come from KOs. Just missed with that left hook, too.
And he's not giving up as Jesus Perez. He's coming forward. He's got his hands up. He's trying to dig in there. He's definitely outmatched by Polanco.
Polanco with that consistent attack of the jab.
He's stepping out the pace. He's throwing harder than on previous rounds. Perhaps he's sensing something here.
Yeah, perhaps you're right, Gerardo.
And maybe they anticipated this. That's why they kind of set the tone. Not too much of a fast pace. They are going 6 rounds. Like you mentioned, Dylan, this is unusual that you start with a 6-round fight instead of a 4-round fight to ease you into the professional ranks. Polanco has that.
Nice right hand.
Good right hand by Polanco.
Right between the gloves. And guys, keep in mind, again, the weather. It's a really hot day today.
Yeah, we're in the shade, Gerardo, but these guys are right here in the hot sun, man. To be exerting themselves in this hot heat, it must be difficult.
10.
As we close the fourth round here,
Entonces, 6 rounds. 6.
let me take it to our unofficial score, which I believe in his very first fight of the evening, he's got a very easy job to do. How do you see this fight playing out?
Boxing 101. We called it Boxing 101. So the jabbing all night long. You get to see Rohan Polanco stepping up the pace, throwing a little bit harder than he did on the first rounds. So 40-36 for Rohan Polanco on his pro debut. You know what, guys? I would like to see Lopez Perez throw more body punches, perhaps perform some feints in order to reel in Rohan and perhaps encounter him with a huge right hand.
Yeah, it's hard because, you know, Jesus Perez is coming forward, and Polanco just kind of on that back foot. And when he does come forward, he comes forward, but not too strong. Maybe if he picked up the pace here, he can get Perez out of there.
I believe he could, Chris, and Polanco is fighting on the back foot, but he's doing it very intelligently. He's utilizing all the ring, you know, and he's keeping Perez at distance.
So here's a little fun fact for you guys. Dominican Republic world champions, Luis Santana, Julio Cesar, Joan Guzman. I really like Joan Guzman styles, and Rohan Polanco is displaying some sort of Joan Guzman style with that Philly shell guard displayed right there, and Javier Fortuna. Those are Dominican Republic world champions.
Nice. And Juan Guzman was at one point close to that world title. Very good fighter at one point in his career. I recall as a young amateur, I was still fighting at 112 pounds, I believe, maybe 119, I don't recall. But I was in the ring with Juan Guzman sparring, and obviously he was taking it easy on me at the time. But he put himself on the corner, and I remember he put his right hand on the ring rope, and I was like, okay, I'm going to hit him. And I threw a 4-punch combination. Every single punch missed when I threw at Juan Guzman. I don't recall how old I was. I want to say 15 or 16. But I remember, like, oh, man, this guy could kick my ass.
I didn't know that. That's a cool boxing story.
A little fun fact there for everybody at home.
That's pretty cool.
So Polanco is good friends with Elvis Rodriguez, who's recently turned pro, signed with Top Rank Boxing, one of the major boxing promoters.
Trained by Freddie Roach as well. The trainer of Manny Pacquiao.
Picking up the pace Polanco is right now. He just hit Perez with a couple of hard shots.
And that says a lot, you know, for the Dominican Republic, that you're starting to see a lot of good fighters coming out of there. As I think Polanco got hit low by Perez, but the ref didn't say anything. Polanco seemed to wince a little bit, but he's right back to work. And
good, consistent jabs again by Polanco. Now he's throwing those jabs, Chris and Gerardo, but from time to time he throws like the ones that he's throwing right now, just a little touch,
just a little measuring stick instead of sticking it like you just did.
Exactly. And Perez, when he starts to do that little touch jab, that's when he lets loose that overhand right.
Yeah, he's like sort of like teasing him in order to counter punch it, right?
It might be a trap. Polanco might be setting up a trap with those light jabs to make Perez, throw that overhand right. Polanco steps back and hits him with a couple of hard shots into the night.
Right. Good jab work by Rohan Polanco in his pro debut.
It doesn't feel like a debut. He's very composed, and he's using that jab. like I mentioned before, a lot of times when people are coming into the professional fighting game from the amateurs, they like to come in here and they like to show off and they like to go for the knockout. Polanco so far,
Yeah,
he's been
being
very smart.
being smart, being relaxed. He's not looking for that big KO, but displaying great boxing technique.
That's right. Good sportsmanship by both fighters.
Great.
Now, if Lopez wants to have a shot at winning this fight, he has to go for it all here. It has to be now.
As Polanco enters the sixth and final round of his professional boxing career. And you're right, Jesus Perez has to go for broke if he even stands a chance.
He hurt you.
And he's going.
And he is
Heard
going
you,
for
Chris.
it. As this corner pleads for him to follow up.
But that jab just does not let him get in there close comfortably. Good job by Polanco.
And maybe for Polanco, this is a good little introduction to the professional boxing ranks. You know, considering Jesus Perez doesn't have the best record, you know, he's here fighting tough, doesn't have much of a chance, you know, but this is good experience for him. What would you say, Dylan?
I'd say he doesn't have a chance now that I'm seeing how Polanco is fighting. He's being really smart. He's he looks comfortable in there, Chris, which is it's a huge sting because even though he has that extensive amateur background, it's a whole different feeling when you're in there with those 8-ounce gloves, like we mentioned before.
Yeah, and Jesus Perez is firing. He came close with that overhand right there.
Here's a second fun fact for you guys. Actually, Rohan Polanco asked for a 6-rounder for his pro debut. As Dylan mentioned already, that's something you do not normally see within a boxer that just turned pro.
Yeah, well, not only did his camp have confidence in him, but he has confidence in himself by asking for a 6-round fight instead of a 4-round fight. And he's proven it here. You know, he dominated pretty much every single round, almost every second of every round.
Yeah, impressive work by Polanco.
And a good little 1-2 landed there by Polanco.
Well, let it go.
Jesus Perez returns. Not much steam on it.
One note I do want to make of Polanco is that when Perez does close the distance and get close, he wraps up.
And a good uppercut landed by Perez. May have been the best shot of him for the night, for the day, excuse me.
10 seconds. 10 segundos.
But a little bit too late as he finishes with a flurry of punches to no avail.
That was a good fight, Chris. This is a good showcase by Polanco. And good effort by Perez.
Definitely a good fight, good showing for our first fight of the afternoon. Coming to you from Tijuana, Mexico. Everybody out there joining us on Fight Hub TV. This is what it's all about, guys. You know, boxing always finds a way. We're here. We're in an outdoor venue. People here that are present are wearing masks, trying to stay safe, socially distanced. Ring card girls on the outside, not on the inside of the ring.
I mean, they have everything here, Chris. Even to get into the field, you have to go through the, you know,
The sanitizer.
the sanitizer.
Which is good for you because I believe you haven't bathed in, what is it, 3-4 days?
It's been about a week.
Sounds about right.
See, Chris loves my smell, so he actually requested this.
I requested to sit directly next to
Next to
Dylan
me.
El Rey Miranda.
I'm happy for you guys. I'm very happy for you.
Thank you, Gerardo.
Take a picture.
I enjoy the smell of caramelized onions.
Solo para ti.
That may be tough to hear. Yeah.
As we go for the decision, Pablo Flores.
Damas y caballeros, después de 6 rounds de combate, nos vamos con las tarjetas de los jueces. After 6 rounds of boxing, we now go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges, los 3 jueces, Sergio Lechuga, Max Zúñiga y Jesús Hernández, they have the same scores of 60 to 54. Coinciden en números 60 a 54. For your winner by the way of unanimous decision, su vencedor por la vía de la decisión unánime. Lo que hace de República Dominicana, Rohan Polanco.
And a successful professional debut for Rohan Polanco of the Dominican Republic. 194-6 amateur boxing record, 1-0 professional boxing.
It was a good showcase of his skills, Chris. You know, to be honest, it was impressive. How calm he was, how composed he was. Started off with 6 rounds, like you guys have mentioned. I look forward to watching this kid fight.
As we catch a replay of our first bout of the afternoon, with just the boxing pedigree that Polanco showed today, evading shots, you know, countering effectively, wasn't able to get his opponent Jesus Perez out of there today. But as we can all see here, look at that head movement, that beautiful head movement that Polanco showed, and obviously his amateur pedigree showed in his first fight as a professional.
I mean, that's right, Chris. He looked comfortable. That's the big thing. He looked comfortable. He looked like he belonged in there, and he didn't look overwhelmed with 6 rounds, which is saying something. I'm impressed. I look forward to seeing this kid back in the ring.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's gonna be good to follow his career. As we bring you guys to our second bout of the afternoon, we have Marcos Raul Ruiz making his way to the ring here, draped in the flag of Mexico with his COVID-19 mask. And now we bring Darnell Price of San Diego, California, with a record of 4-0 with 1 knockout, making his way to the ring here in our only cruiserweight bout of the afternoon. Cruiserweight, almost heavyweight. And we're in an 18-foot ring as we take it here to Pablo Flores for our official announcement of the afternoon between Darnell Price and Marcos Ruiz.
Boristeca Boxing Promotions y Grito de Guerra Boxing Promotions presentan este encuentro pactado a 4 rounds en la división de peso crucero. 4 rounds of boxing in the cruiserweight division. Your 3 judges scoring this bout in ringside. Sus 3 jueces: Jesse Hernández, Sergio Lechuga y Max Zúñiga la bandera. And your referee in charge of the action, su referee para este encuentro de Puerto Rico, Ángel Méndez. Introducing the fighter standing in the blue corner. He wears black with gold. He officially weighs in 196.5 pounds. Presentando ustedes en la esquina azul con pantaloncillo color negro con oro, con un peso de 196.5 libras. He stands with a record of 1 victory against 1 defeat. Cuenta con un récord de 1 victoria por 1 derrota. representando Tepic, Nayarit, México, Marcos Raúl Ruiz. And his opponent across the ring, standing in the red corner. He wears black with white. He officially weighs in 196 pounds. Y su rival en la esquina roja, con pantaloncillo negro con blanco, con un peso de 196 libras. He stands with the record, an undefeated one. 4 victories, no defeats, and 1 victory coming by the fast way of knockout. Presenta un récord de 4 victorias, 0 derrotas y una victoria por la vía del cloroformo. Hailing out of San Diego, California, USA, here is Ty Price. And now to give out the final instructions con las indicaciones finales, su referee, Ángel Méndez. 4 rounds, 4 saltos.
Gentlemen, you will give the instruction of the dressing room. Protect yourself at all times. Away my commands at all times. Ya le den las instrucciones. Ok, protéjanse a todo momento. Toquen guante, gana el mejor. Touch and back.
Fight fans, you can immediately notice the huge height difference, the huge physique of Ty Price versus Marcos Raúl Ruiz.
I just want to make a note that we're looking at a replay of Anthony Joshua versus Ruiz. You know, Anthony Joshua with the impressive physique that he has, and you know, Ruiz more of a round figure. It's round 3 here.
I understand you're saying that anything can happen, but this doesn't seem like this is the play out that we're gonna get here with Marcos Ruiz and Darnell Price.
No, right off the bat we see Price using that jab. You know, throwing the power shots. I don't think we're gonna have the same outcome as Ruiz versus Joshua, but the way it looks.
I get the comparison you're making, Dylan. I like it. And just looking at
good body shot by
body
Price.
Shot.
And Price going to the body.
And what I tell everybody, what I tell young fighters, if you want to take a body shot, you either have a solid 6-pack to 8-pack, or you have a keg like my man Ruiz has here. Because the keg is a lot easier to get, by the way, guys.
That's what I'm going to tell my wife. And it's certainly more fun.
Definitely more fun.
So about fun fact for you guys. Ty Price is a former Marine. You know what that means? You know who was also a former Marine? Frank Castle, the Punisher. So that perhaps means that when Ty is not in the ring fighting guys, perhaps he's fighting crime.
With a good 1-2 and a hard hook to follow from Darnell Price. And you're right, Gerardo, to touch on what you just said. It just like we see why he has the body that he does. You know,
right.
He's a guy that's used to exercise. You know, he was a Marine for an extensive amount of time.
He just got Ruiz with a good 1-2. One thing we haven't mentioned is the fact that Price is a southpaw.
So touching on that, guys, Darnell Price, he helped out Phil Davis in his training camp. Phil Davis is a MMA fighter who recently fought Lyoto Machida, who's a southpaw as well. So they use Darnell Price as a main sparring partner to get ready for that style of Machida.
So that tells you about Ty Price's talent and camp.
Yeah, definite talent. As we see the closing of the first round, where he was in control, landing a thunderous body shot, where it was absorbed by Marcos the Keg Ruiz. I'm gonna go ahead and give him the nickname now.
Well, his original nickname is Chocolate, so you're not that far off.
I'm not that far off with the chocolate keg in the house.
I like the fact that the nicknames go with the person, because we do have people that have Chocolatito, This guy's just chocolate.
Chocolate, straight up chocolate. As we see the replay here, Gerardo, go ahead and walk us through here.
Well, you can see right there that huge left hand to the body.
Yeah,
then goes back to the head with a huge left hand, right hook. It's a great combination. Price is starting with heavy leather.
You're right, Gerardo, as he opens up, walking his opponent down. Throwing a good jab is Price.
So far, Price has thrown some hard punches, but I think he's getting too close. He's smothering those power shots, Chris.
Yeah, I think you might be right, Dylan. Maybe a little bit of smothering.
And Reese is being smart. You know, he's getting as close as possible to try to take away power from the shots that Price is throwing.
Coming from a distance, you want to smother that shot.
Exactly.
So it doesn't come as impactful. Being that Price is a very tall guy, lengthy guy.
He's not fighting long though, is he?
That's the thing. That's if he was throwing them at a proper distance, he could get Reese
Some
out
trouble.
early.
Yeah. Like he's starting to now. He's starting to come at a distance. And I want to make a point, guys, that we're seeing an airplane fly directly above us. I think this is the first time that we see this, that I see this during a professional boxing event. I'm enjoying the time here. You know, we're in the shade, as some people are not, like the fighters.
Shade. Beautiful shade. Thank you, shade. Oh, huge left hand to the body.
Good jab work by Price. You know, Reese doesn't seem to be throwing much back.
Yeah, there's not that much urgency coming from Ruiz. He's just at a very monotone pace. And Price just taking it. He'll take it. Making the day easy for Price to just get his shots off on Ruiz if he's not really doing anything back.
That was a good left straight by Price.
And there goes that body shot. And the way Gerardo reacts to these shots makes you know that he's got a keg and not a six-pack. And he'll take them all day.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think the guys at home can hear how mean those punches sound.
I've been punched to the body before. I know how that feels. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good.
Yeah, I'd take a face shot over a body shot any day.
Well, having the pretty face that I have, I don't know if I would make the same decision as you.
Yeah, same. We'll let you take the face shots, Chris.
Good combination.
Good combination.
That's a combination by Price to close the round. And Ruiz takes it good. He doesn't back down from a fight.
Displaying nice heart, Ruiz is in this fight. Nice heart. He is there. He is still fighting.
Price is doing a good job. Price is doing a good job. He's marking those punches. It doesn't seem like he's throwing the hard punches when he's at distance, which is what I would like to see him do. If he throws those hard punches that he's throwing when they close the distance, and he's trying to hit him in the body and he's throwing all his power, he could put Reese out. But so far he's staying calm. He's keeping that jab out there, you know, and he's controlling the distance.
Yeah, Ruiz not making it easy for him as he's you know trying to stay in Price's chest. You know, not avoiding that distance.
Yeah,
that,
I think
that
after
you just mentioned.
I think after the first round and that hard body shot, I think he learned his lesson.
Definitely.
Holding on for dear life. Back to the jab is Price. Good waist movement by Reese.
And we could hear the corner, and that's what they're asking for. They're asking for waist movement, head movement.
Good overhand left by Reese as well. The Price seems to walk through it, but it landed solid.
Instead of sticking it, like you mentioned earlier, he needs to maybe put it out there and with a little bit more authority.
I think he's just using it in order to do a combination, in order to start a combination that goes with the body punch, with that huge left hand to the body.
There's fighters that use that, you know, that like to play with that jab as bait, just to let
Set
Ruiz
up
get
a
a
hard
little
shot.
Yeah, exactly.
So seeing most fights of Darnell here on Best in Boxing, you know, you definitely see some improvement. Good combination landed there by Price. But as I was saying, you're starting to see he didn't really have the most extensive background, amateur background, excuse me. So he's gaining most of his experience here in the professional ranks, and slowly he's becoming a better fighter. As in this fight, I see him a little bit better than the time before.
Yeah, I like how he's been fighting, Chris. He's been controlling the fight mostly. The only thing I would like to see him throw is the hard punches from the distance, like those.
There you go, and that's what you were calling for. Just that long 1-2 is probably what his corner as well would like to see from Price. As Ruiz's corner complaining to the referee that Price was holding on, but I would beg to argue that it was the other way around. And a good 1-2 to the body.
Ruiz is feeling those. You can tell it as you see his face.
As he's wearing down the keg is Price. Slowly but surely draining it.
Good jab.
There you go. And those are the authoritative.
Oh,
and a
good
right
overhand
hand by
right
Ruiz. But back to those jabs landed by Price, Dylan, that you were requesting those authoritative jabs, and it seemed like he did it there.
Yeah, those are the jabs that I'm looking for, because you saw the look on Ruiz's face.
It's a bit pudgy.
Well, we're getting to round 4, and so far, Price has been, dominating, I would say. How do you score this fight so far, Gerardo?
Easy fight to score this far. 30-27 for Ty Price. You know what? I would like this is a Price. This is a fight that is Price. This is for Price to lose. So what I would do is perhaps kick it up a notch and go home with the KO. Just give the fans what they want. Ruiz is already there. He's just there.
Yeah, he just needs Price to just push him off the edge for a little bit and get this knockout victory. Which, when they both walked into the ring, we all had the assumption, we kind of looked at each other like, oh snap, this might be a quick, short fight. But Ruiz is hanging in there. Ruiz is doing his job to fire back.
And like I said, you know, when Ruiz fought Joshua, it's the same thing that everybody was thinking. Oh, you know, Joshua's going to put this dude out.
Mm-hmm.
I want to
Ruiz coming in with those power shots.
And a good 1-2 landed by Price. And I want to touch on the fact that I told everybody, and you guys can go check my Facebook. Dylan, you could do this because you're always on there.
I'm doing it right now.
But the fact that I called that fight, he was a very good fighter. I knew he was. And he was going to win. I really did feel that. I also felt he was going to win the rematch because stylistically, I think he's bad for Anthony Joshua. But, you know, the grapevine, hearing it down the grapevine that Ruiz didn't train as hard as he should have for that rematch. You know, maybe enjoying life a little bit too much. But I truly believe that he has the style to beat Anthony Joshua. Does Ruiz. Not this Ruiz. He doesn't have the style to beat Darnell Price here today.
Unless he picks up the pace. But Price just not allowing that.
Yeah, definitely
keeping that jab out there.
Not allowing him whatsoever. Landing that hard body shot that Gerardo fears so much.
Oh, yeah.
Stop.
But he's still there. Ruiz is still there, you know, displaying that all heart, that Mexican heart, as we are here in Grito de Guerra by
Good
Boristeca.
overhand left by Ruiz. Almost caught Price.
And a good 1-2 landed by
He's hurt.
Price.
He's
He
hurt.
may be able to try to finish it here. Ruiz holds on. And there he goes again, landing that hard right hand to the head.
Ruiz is a warrior, man. Those were some hard shots.
Those were
and
definitely
he's still
some hard
walking
shots.
forward.
And you hear Darnell Price's corner pleading with him to take a step back as Ruiz is trying to smother Price's shots, and he's doing a good job of it.
Yeah, he is. You know what? It seems like Ruiz is closing the distance, and once he's close, he's throwing those overhand rights. You know, Price has those really long arms. It benefits Ruiz to be close at distance.
And
Nice
he's
left.
landing hard shots over and over is Price.
Ruiz has a chin. Ruiz has a chin.
And the cake to go with it. Oh! And a hard 1-2 as we all react to that hard thudding shot. And Ruiz seems to just be smiling. Maybe not even fazed by Price's hard left hand down the pipe as he tries to close the show with a hard overhand right.
Tell you one thing, Price didn't like being laughed at.
He definitely did not. Finishing the round, throwing a flurry of punches, did Price. Marcos Ruiz hung in there, toughed it out like every Mexican warrior does.
Yeah, you have to give it up for Ruiz. Those were some hard punches. You guys heard Gerardo reacting to them. You know, he stuck in there.
And by the way that Ruiz laughed at that huge punch, I think I felt it more than Ruiz.
Yeah, I
Ruiz
think all
the way-
three of us felt it more than him.
Yeah, we all made that expression, right? which is funny. You know, you have to be professional. We're here, the play-by-play here for the audience at home. But you guys have to remember, we're fans as well. I'm a boxing fan before anything. You know, I've been watching boxing since I was 7, 8 years old, man. I love boxing. I love everything about it. And there was a good shot, you know, to close the round by Darnell Price. Good fight.
Good fight.
As we await for the judges to announce the decision, or to bring the decision together for the announcement from Pablo Flores. As we enjoy this day here, sunny day in Tijuana, Mexico. We bring both fighters to the middle of the ring, and we take it up to Pablo Flores.
September 19th,
This is a young man that they have tremendous hope for.
Kevin Torres takes on Jose Cuevas in a power-for-power showdown.
And this is not body repair, folks. This is body destruction.
A lot of power in both hands. He scored a lot of knockouts here in the best of boxing. A lot of one-punch knockouts.
That's it. That's all she wrote. Kevin Torres with a sensational first-round knockout.
Kevin Torres
Damas y
versus
caballeros,
Jose
después de
Cuevas,
4 rounds de
September
combate,
19th.
tenemos las tarjetas de los jueces. After 4 rounds of boxing, we now go to the judges' scorecards. Los 3 jueces, all 3 judges, Sergio Lechuga, Jesús Hernández y Max Zúñiga La Bandera, they have the same scores of 40-36. Coinciden en números 40-36. For your winner by the way of unanimous decision, su vencedor por la vía de la decisión unánime, and still undefeated from San Diego, California, USA, Ty Price.
As Ty Price gets the obvious win here,
Sonido, dame un poquito
as
más de
everybody
volumen, por
could
favor.
see, it was a wipeout, 4-0 over Marcos Ruiz of Nayarit, Mexico. As we see both gentlemen there touch hands, you know, good sportsmanship is always a positive. As we close our second bout of the afternoon, take a look at handsome Pablo Flores there. As we see a quick recap of the action here by Darnell Price, those body shots that Gerardo loved so much.
It gives me the chills just to see them. Great body work by Price.
Yeah, good body work, and Ruiz was in there the whole time. You know, he was fighting back. He was trying to stay in Price's chest, but to no avail. You know, just a much better, superior boxer was Price. As we bring in Alan Carrillo for our third bout of the afternoon. No music, just straight up, ready to fight.
Stone cold.
As we now play Eye of the Tiger, as he's already inside of the ring, with the Mexican flag draped over his back, representing Tijuana, Baja California. As we bring it to Pablo Flores for our official announcement of our third bout of the evening.
Damas y caballeros, Boristeca Boxing Promotions y Grito de Guerra Boxing presenta este encuentro pactado a 8 asaltos en la división de peso supermedio. Let's get ready for 8 rounds of boxing in the super middleweight division. Your 3 judges scoring this bout in ringside. Sus 3 jueces: Sergio Lechuga, Jesse Hernández y Max Zúñiga Lavandera. And your referee in charge of the action, su referee para este encuentro, Ángel Méndez. Introducing the fighter standing in the blue corner. He wears silver trunks. He officially weighs in 169 pounds. Presentando ustedes en la esquina azul, con pantaloncillo color plata, con un peso de 169 libras. In 15 professional bouts, he stands with a record of 11 victories, 4 defeats, and 8 of those victories coming by the fast way of knockout. Presenta un récord de 11 victorias, 4 derrotas y 8 de esas victorias por la vía de knockout. De Tijuana, Baja California, Alan Carrillo. And his opponent across the ring standing in the red corner. He wears blue with silver. He officially weighs in 167.5 pounds. Y su rival en la esquina roja con pantaloncillo color azul con plata, con un peso de 167.5 libras. In 18 professional bouts, he stands with 15 victories against 3 losses, and 9 of those victories coming by the fast way of knockout. Presenta un récord de 15 victorias, 3 derrotas y 9 de esas victorias por la vía del knockout, representando a su natal, la banda argentina. Helio Germán Rafael. And now with the final instructions para dar las indicaciones finales, su referee, Ángel Méndez. 8 rounds, 8 asaltos.
Caballeros, protéjanse a todo momento, sigan las instrucciones. Muy buena suerte a los dos, toquen guantes.
as we begin the third bout of the afternoon, Elio Germán Rafael versus Alan Carrillo of Tijuana, Mexico, the hometown fighter, fighting a fighter from Argentina. Very long distance he had to travel here this afternoon. And Dylan, we have to address the elephant in the room. This is the very first time in my professional boxing career and loving boxing that I see a fighter bringing a sweater to the boxing ring.
Hey, you know what, Chris? It might be a strategy. You know, maybe that little layer of hair helps with the power punches in the body or something.
Oh, that's not a sweater that I'm looking at.
It's armor. It's armor. You don't.
It's body armor. I like
body
it.
armor right there.
They don't call him the wolf for no reason, guys.
and you know what? With this fight, it's a pretty even match, Chris. It's 15-3 versus 11-4. Germán has 9 KOs, and Alan Carrillo de Tijuana has 8 KOs.
Yeah, very good KO percentage for both fighters here. Maybe the technique not there so much as we saw that sloppy overhand right by Carrillo.
He threw it twice in a row.
Ooh, nice right hand. Nice
But
right
he
hand.
seemed to have caught him there.
Good
And it seems like
combos.
he's hurt.
He's hurt. He's hurt.
Ooh. Legs are a little wobbly, Chris.
You're definitely a little bit wobbly there. Maybe caught him cold, but it's kind of hard to say that in such heat that we have out here. As it seems as Rafael kind of has his bearings now under him. His legs are no longer shaky, and he's attacking Carrillo, putting him on the ropes.
I'll tell you guys one thing. This fight is not going to go to the judges.
Oh!
Good overhand right by Carrillo.
But this time Rafael takes it right on the chin and comes right back against Carrillo.
You know why? He has a beard. Like I said, armor. All strategy.
If he needs to cut weight, perhaps he should shave.
Hey, there's a couple of people that do, man.
For real?
Yeah, man.
That might help. As a quick 1-2 there landed by Rafael.
Rafael is still very much in this fight, and we're barely we're barely getting the fight started.
Yeah, he's no longer shaky on his legs as Carrillo landed that right hand at the beginning of the round. And a
good straight left by
10 segundos.
by Germán.
And it's a good round. Both fighters landed good shots as we close the end of the first round here.
Oof, exciting
exchanges.
first round, man.
Good exchanges from both fighters. Alan Carrillo seemed to have had the better of the punches landed as he shook Elio Rafael there at the beginning of the round, but Rafael closes the round strong, getting his legs back under him. See if we can get a replay from the truck. And Rafael definitely was hurt in that first round by Carrillo. As we see the replay, walk us through the replay there, Dylan. What do you see here?
You know, I see Rafael getting a little too close to Germán Rafael getting too close to Alan Carrillo, and Carrillo catching him with that overhand right that he threw twice at the beginning of the round.
And there it goes again. We see his legs shake a little bit. Now looking at it again, maybe it wasn't as bad of a shot as we said it was. We did react to the sound it made. It seemed in the moment that Rafael's legs did wobble, but maybe on the video replay, not so much. As Carrillo continues to try to land that overhand right as he did in that first round. Not so much technique behind it.
Germán is catching Carrillo with that straight left. He's caught him about 3 or 4 times already.
Ooh! And there goes that right hand again. This time not doing as much damage as it did in the first round, but he continues to throw his shots. And it seems like the inside fighting favors Carrillo in this bout more than Germán Rafael.
Yeah, and it looks like he's looking for that too. He's looking to get in close. While Germán is right now, he's throwing the jab. He's trying to keep him at distance.
And a good 1-2 landed by Rafael.
And I think you mentioned, Chris, in the first round, at the very beginning of the first round, that Carrillo threw 2 overhand rights. So right off the bat, we knew he was gonna. That's his favorite punch.
That's his
he's
go-to
looking for
shot.
it.
Yeah, and he continues to go for it. And sometimes you got to mix it up. I mean, Rafael's a southpaw, so you want that straight right, but Carrillo just doing something different, throwing that overhand, and it was successful in the first round.
Good 1-2 by Germán.
Here's an obvious comparison, considering Helio Germán Rafael being from Argentina. You know, Maravilla, Sergio Maravilla Martinez, former world champion, displaying also from Argentina, displaying that low guard, the very low, very relaxed, a lot of 1-2s. Well, you obviously remember Sergio Maravilla Martinez whenever you see a boxer display a guard like that.
Yeah, you know what? He actually has very similar movement as we see it right now. The way he's moving his feet. Now the way he's shaking his arms, very reminiscent of Maravilla.
Alan Carrillo right now is being too stationary. I hope he's not just looking for that one power shot. He had some success with that overhand right, but he can't depend on it. You see Rafael real loose, real quick with those punches.
So let me touch on that.
Nice combination.
The exchanges,
Nice
Chris,
exchange.
seem to favor Carrillo. I think Rafael needs to stick with the 1-2
And the movement, yes, the movement, definitely. So
good uppercut by Carrillo.
the inside game favors Carrillo a lot, and this is a good boxer versus puncher moment, as Carrillo landing the better shots on the inside, Rafael landing the much better shots on the outside. So this is what boxing is, the boxer versus the puncher, and this is a good display of it. So we have, this is scheduled for 4 rounds, or excuse me, this is scheduled for 6 rounds. So, okay, I'm getting verification from my truck. I'm confused here. It's scheduled for 8 rounds. So this is going to be the telling of the story. Who's going to be able to close the distance, Carrillo, or is Rafael going to get that distance? Is he going to continue to bounce on his feet, land those fast shots, continue moving? This is a good boxing matchup.
Definitely. And you know what? Both these guys have knockout power. We have seen Carrillo hurt Rafael already. We haven't seen so much of that explosive knockout power by Rafael, but he has it. He has it, and he's being real intelligent right now.
Box.
I don't see this fight going the distance. I can tell you that.
As both fighters have good knockout ratio, 9 knockouts for Helio Rafael, 8 knockouts for Alan Carrillo in 11 bouts, 11 wins.
Here's why I say that it's not going the distance. I get the sense when you say, guys, that Carrillo might have punched himself out in the first round, and Helio Germán Rafael displaying nice technique on the second round until the very end of that round. So a lot of punches, a lot of combinations, a lot of punishment for both men.
Good exchange.
As we see that exchange there, Carrillo trying to close the distance, but like you mentioned, Gerardo, he doesn't have the best technique, and it seems to be fading away as he begins to get more and more tired.
See, I don't think it's that he's really punching himself out. It's that he's waiting till he's in close with Germán, and Germán is staying busy. Germán has that knockout power too.
Yeah, he's not letting him in, and you might be right as he steps in a little bit, throws that overhand right again. But
and that's what I said in the previous rounds. I don't want to see him depend on that punch. You have to throw combinations. You have to set it up. You can't just throw that on its own.
All right, Dylan, I'm going to give you the counter argument. I really do think he is tired. I'm seeing a tired fighter, and Carrillo may have punched himself out and maybe only can depend on that one punch like you're saying not to do because he's tired. It seems to me that he's tired. If I'm in Rafael's corner, I'm telling my fighter, your opponent is tired. Go after him. Pick up the pace. Exactly.
We see Rafael throwing a real sluggish jab and breathing out of his nose. They both might be tired right now.
Good point. I was I was about to touch on that right when you said it. Rafael's starting to look tired as well. You know, they did exert themselves. They are fighting in the heat. It's 90 degrees, ladies and gentlemen. If you are somewhere where it's not that hot, know that it's 90 degrees. The fighters do not have any type of shade. Myself, Dylan, and Gerardo, we're in the shade where it's still hot. The fighters are in the hot sun. 90 degree sun.
Definitely getting spoiled over here by Best in Boxing.
Okay.
I would love to be a fly on the wall right now in both corners.
There's no fly in any walls here because we're outdoors, Dylan. But
it's pretty windy, so
it is pretty windy.
It's not cool for a fly to be here.
Only fly we have right now is Brennan Macias in the co-main event. B-fly.
B-fly.
B-fly, yes, I like it. So everybody here watching us on Fight Hub TV on the free telecast, please join us.
Good right hand, and he's staying consistent with that right hand, Chris.
Yeah, staying consistent with it, trying to land it, but with not too much technique. As I was saying, please join us on the live telecast, pay-per-view portion of our fights on Best in Boxing, Global Sports Streaming.
Rafael picking up the pace. Had a couple of successful combinations. And he's been attacking the body as well, Chris. And in an eight-round fight, you know, those body shots definitely add up.
And that's what you want, is to lower your opponent's guard by attacking that body.
And that's what Carrillo should be doing, to be honest. He's headhunting right now. But the guy that's using the ring, the guy that's jumping in, jumping out, is Rafael. So Carrillo needs to start attacking Rafael's body.
Let it go, right?
I think you're on point there, Dylan. One punch at a time, Carrillo is throwing. One punch at a time.
Sometimes it's a detriment when you hurt somebody in the first round because you think it's going to be easy to do it again, and you don't necessarily change your game plan. You forget what you need to do because you landed that shot in the first round so early on. You feel you're going to do it again, and that's what I say to any young fighter. Do what got you there. Do what you're taught in the gym, what you rehearsed. You caught him for a reason because you set it up. So now Carrillo's not really setting anything up. He's just winging it.
Ooh, nice.
Good body shots by Rafael.
Rafael is basically taking over the fight.
Definitely. Oh, he's ready to go.
Oh, overhand right by Carrillo.
Maybe playing possum there is Carrillo, but but Rafael is just taking over this fight.
And you know what? To touch on what you just said, Chris, it's like Mike Tyson says. You know, you have a game plan until you get hit. It's also
you
the
get punched
same
in the face.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also the same. You have a game plan until you land that big shot, and then you try to depend on it. It's like, okay, I found a way. Maybe I'll do it again. Maybe I'll do it again.
10 segundos, 10 segundos.
And you know what? Maybe he can, but he needs to set it up.
And Rafael is digging to the body.
Ooh.
And both fighters close out the round there. So far, the sweater that Rafael is wearing has not had any effect on his conditioning, as I see him getting stronger as the fight goes on, and Carrillo kind of dropping a little bit, you know, depending on that right hand, like you said, Dylan.
And you know what? These are free fights, Chris. These are free fights. Like, this is pay-per-view quality fights right now. It's a boxer versus someone who's looking for the knockout.
Highly entertaining, won't you say? And something I need to say this: it's pretty cool having my broadcasting partners being professional fighters, because that is, as we see the replay on the exchange, a lot of punches being thrown. You can see that Rafael eating left hand and right hand as the end of the round.
And a good one, too, to open the fourth round by Rafael. Excuse me, the fifth round. And we're going to go to our unofficial scorer, Gerardo. After 4 rounds, how do you have this fight?
39-37 for Helio Germán Rafael. Tell you what, guys, I had a tough time trying to score the second round. So the second round, to me, it's kind of like up for grabs. So you might as well have this fight even 2 rounds apiece. Right now, I have it 3 for Helio Germán and 1 for Alan Carrillo. Nice 1-2.
Good 1-2 by Rafael. The only time that Carrillo really does damage is when Rafael stays. He stays there with him. But as long as Rafael is hitting and moving, he's controlling the fight.
Yeah, he definitely is controlling the fight. In moments, Carrillo does have a few spurts, and he does connect, but very few and far between. Rafael, I think, is dominating this fight.
Yeah, and Carrillo has success when Rafael stays in there with him. So it's when he's making mistakes. If Carrillo wants to look for that knockout, he needs to start closing off the ring, because he's just following him. He's just going after him.
And a good little flurry of punches by Rafael there. I think you counted 6 or 8 shots, didn't you, Gerardo?
8 shots. 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. Nice work displayed by Helio Germán Rafael.
And he's doing a good job of turning his opponent. Every time he fires that combination, you turn him. You don't stay there for the return.
Hey, one thing we do have to think about is the fact that Rafael is the one that's being more consistent. He's being more active. He's moving around, jumping in, jumping out, throwing multiple combinations. And this fight is going 8 rounds. So, you know, in the last round, like we said, he started throwing that jab, kind of sluggish, breathing through his mouth. And right now we see him doing some hard breathing. Sometimes, you know, boxers have that strategy. Take a couple of rounds off, let your opponent get tired. Think back, Mickey Ward, you know.
Putting up those 2 pillars, you know, getting his opponent tired, letting him throw. Ali, the rope-a-dope.
Yep.
I'm going to be honest with you, Dylan. This is not the case in my opinion here.
Yeah, I don't think it is either, Chris.
As you see, Carrillo
trying to put that pressure.
Trying to put the pressure. They're throwing a little bit more shots. you know, but not enough. Not enough to stop Rafael's movement. That Sergio Martinez Maravilla, you know, style, continuing to move, bouncing, hands down.
And you see the punches just inches away from Rafael's face, but he's calm, he's composed, he's not freaking out, you know, and that's why he's comfortable leaving his hands down. He's controlling the distance.
He's doing a very good job of controlling the distance, this Rafael. You know, at the beginning, Carrillo was giving him problems. It seems as though Rafael is kind of taking over this fight with his style, the movement. And it's not just that. I mean, he's landing good shots. In a boxing match, guys, you gotta keep the guy off you. You have to win the rounds. You know, this is professional boxing. This is the hurt business. And I
think you know, in the first and second round, he figured out, you know what, this guy has knockout power. I need to keep him away, and he's been doing that effectively.
Yeah, he definitely got buzzed in that first round, but ever since that first round, Rafael seems to be controlling the match, not letting the fact that he's wearing a sweater in 90-degree weather wear him down, ladies and gentlemen.
The sweater, that's a thing now.
Yeah, Elio, the sweater, Rafael.
I did that.
Hey, man, he's going to go home, back to Argentina. That's it.
Good combinations by Rafael. And you see that jittery movement, man. He's just waiting for Carrillo to throw something so he can counter it.
I like it, man. The way he gets out of the way of that one shot. So, young fighters, any young fighters out there watching, if you see a guy do that to you, do not aim at his head. He's waiting for you to throw at his face to move. You aim at his chest. In this case, for Carrillo, you aim at that sweater right there.
That's beautiful. You know what? Here's the thing. When you're broadcasting with two fellow professional fighters, you get that tips, that tricks, that good analysis that you guys are making right now in order to the fight fans to get the most out of these broadcasts. So I appreciate the opportunity to be broadcasting with you guys today.
Thank you, Gerardo, and so are we, man. You do a very good job at this. You know, you have a good voice for it. Let's continue doing this.
I'm good with the oohs and ahs.
There you go.
Yeah, that's my thing.
Keep it coming.
So far, impressive work this round by Rafael.
And Rafael is stepping on the gas here. And if Carrillo is ready to go like I think he is, you know, Rafael stepping it up might get him a knockout victory here today.
Yeah, Carrillo needs to step it up. He's waiting too much. He's thrown that right hand multiple times already in this round
with no
by
avail.
itself.
Yeah,
no setup, just throwing it out there.
With a sharp cross, and then another one to the body. Ooh, that one was a little bit off.
Little smile by Rafael. He's having fun in there, Chris, and that's what we like to see.
You can hear, folks, that Alan's corner is yelling him, go forward, pressure him.
And they actually said that his opponent has nothing.
Yeah.
But I would beg to differ.
Yeah, I would disagree as well.
He's staying consistent with those punches, and it's probably not letting Alan think. You know, he's on survive mode right now.
Nice body work. Then changing levels to the body, then to the head.
Oh, good straight. Sharp 1-2 again by Rafael. If Rafael steps it up one notch, he can get his opponent out of there. Oh! And Alan coming back. But those body shots once again by Rafael wearing him down as he takes a step back. Oof. And these are hard shots landed by both fighters. What a round. What a round. That was a very good way to close that last round here. And it seems as though Carrillo is the one that's hurting here more than Rafael.
Yeah, and you know what? Rafael is controlling the distance. He looked strong this round. I think he is staying away from looking for that knockout, because any time that he starts to throw multiple combinations at close distance, Carrillo throws a couple of hard punches that make him step back.
Yeah, make him think twice about it.
Yeah, make him think twice. So Carrillo's doing enough to survive, but if he wants to win this fight, he needs to march forward like his corner is asking for him.
Are they retaping the gloves, or are gloves coming off? I think they're retaping the gloves at Alan's corner. I'm taking a peek. That's over. Fight's over. The referee's waving it off. Some sort of confusion on the blue corner of Alan.
Yeah, I think with the retaping of the glove, the ref was a little confused, kind of how we were trying to figure out if they were taking them off or just retaping.
And I know you guys can't see it on the telecast here, but there is some confusion.
No, they're taking the gloves off.
No.
That's it. They're taking the gloves off.
And the corner is stopping the fight between Alan Carrillo and Elio Rafael, throwing in the towel for Carrillo. My speculation was right. Maybe he was getting a little bit worn out, maybe taking too many shots that the corner did not want him taking.
Rafael was picking up the pace, and he was starting to hit Carrillo to the body, which is what Carrillo should have been doing. But, those body shots, they start to add up, and it starts to make you feel like you can't really move that much. And it looks like, Rafael did a fantastic job at stopping Carrillo.
So here's what I'm thinking. If this fight is a glimpse of what we are having on the pay-per-view, we're in for a treat.
Yeah, this was definitely a good fight, man. It was a good style, matchup. Props to Boristeca Boxing Promotions for putting on a boxer versus puncher style matchup. Maybe if Carrillo was in a little bit better shape, he could have given a better account of himself. He definitely did very well in the very first round, which I think was the only round that Gerardo gave him to make the scorecards maybe a little bit closer. But nonetheless, Rafael just took over and won this fight.
Carrillo might have used up his full tank those first couple of rounds. He was real successful, but after that, he started to be stationary.
And once again, the fact when you hurt somebody early on and you think it's going to be easy, as we go to commercial here for today's telecast.
Tremendous hope for.
Kevin Torres takes on Jose Cuevas in a power-for-power showdown.
And this is not body repair, folks. This is body destruction.
A lot of power in both hands. He scored a lot of knockouts here in the best in boxing. A lot of one-punch knockouts.
That's it. That's all she wrote. Kevin Torres with a sensational first-round knockout. The Diamond Boy Torres.
Kevin Torres versus Jose Cuevas, September 19th, 3 p.m. Pacific. Only $5.99 pay-per-view. Tickets on sale now at bestinboxing.com.
Damas y caballeros, el referee Ángel Méndez detiene las acciones con un tiempo oficial de 10 segundos en el séptimo round. Ladies and gentlemen, referee Ángel Méndez stops the fight with a time of 10 seconds into round number 7. Declaring your winner by the way of TKO victory. Su vencedor por la vía del knockout técnico de la banda argentina, Elio Germán Rafael.
And a good showing by Elio Germán Rafael of La Banda Argentina, coming all the way to Tijuana, Mexico to stay active, to stay active. Maybe not a lot of promoters taking the chances, to put on shows. As we get a recap here of what we encountered here, just back and forth action from both fighters. Obviously, Elio Germán Rafael getting the better of it as he took today's victory back to Argentina.
Yeah, and as we're seeing it with the past scene was when Rafael stayed inside, you know, it was back and forth. But right now we're seeing Rafael controlling the distance, staying on the outside, and throwing multiple combinations.
Yeah, and he toughed it out.
He toughed it out.
Yeah, this was a good showing because at the very beginning of that first round, he got rocked.
His legs definitely buckled, Chris.
Yeah.
And to come back from that to come back and control the fight the way he did, to make the adjustments. That's what you want to see a boxer do.
Yeah, that's the epitome of a boxing match. You know, being able to come back from adversity. And Germán Rafael did it. As we take a look of our next bout here.
My promoter called me up, let me know that we had a fight lined up. He said we had something big in the works, and I said, okay. So I've been training, I haven't stopped training. So it was in my benefit, honestly. And then he told me that we're gonna be fighting for a WBC youth title, so I was more than excited. I can't even explain, I was really hyped because this is one step closer to my dream.
Cuando me dieron esa gran noticia de que íbamos a pelear por el Campeonato Mundial Juvenil, pues qué no más motivación. Fue una motivación muy grande y sabemos que si logramos ese campeonato nos va a abrir muchas puertas.
I feel like it is what it is. You know, I'm glad he has that confidence. I'm glad Carlos has that confidence. But at the end of the day, he's never stepped foot in the ring with me. So he can talk after that, but till then, he can't say shit.
No, pues nunca hay que confiarse. No sabemos qué es lo que trae el rival, pero venimos 100% preparados para dar una buena pelea.
At the end of my fight, you expect to see my hand raised. That's all we came to do. We came to we came to be victorious. So, but hope both me and my opponent come out safe. That's what I hope so too. Both of us come out safe and everything's good. So at the end of the night, you're gonna be seeing B fight as a victory.
Cuando me retire, pues darle un ejemplo a mi familia, a toda la gente de mi pueblo, que me vean que fui alguien en la vida.
Best in Boxing presents September 19th.
This is a young man that they have tremendous hope for.
Kevin Torres takes on Jose Cuevas in a power-for-power showdown.
And this is not body repair, folks. This is body destruction.
A lot of power in both hands. He scored a lot of knockouts here in the best in boxing. A lot of one-punch knockouts.
That's it. That's all she wrote. Kevin Torres with a sensational first-round knockout. The Diamond Boy Torres.
Kevin Torres versus Jose Cuevas, September 19th, 3 p.m. Pacific. Only $5.99 pay-per-view. Tickets on sale now at bestinboxing.com.
Fan favorite, Roman El Cholo Barajas. This guy always brings it, man. I'm excited to see him fight.
Fans love him. I saw a couple of his videos. He's highly entertaining. He's always ready to fight. It's a bad thing you can't do any gang signs with boxing gloves on.
Oh, he's doing it, man. He's doing it. You already know he is, and he. Next fighter coming up, Mark DeLuca. He has a tough fight coming towards him. Cholo does.
A solo ring walk. So I like Mark's style for this fight.
As we take it to our voice in the ring.
Damas y caballeros, Boristeca Boxing Promotions y Grito de Guerra Boxing presentan este encuentro pactado a 6 rounds en la división de peso medio. 6 rounds of boxing in the middleweight division. Your 3 judges scoring this bout in ringside. Sus 3 jueces, Jesse Hernández, Sergio Lechuga y Max Zúñiga Lavandera. And when the bell rings, your referee in charge of the action. Su referee para este combate, Ángel Méndez. Introducing first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. He wears black and white. He officially weighs in 161 pounds. Presentando ustedes en la esquina azul, con pantaloncillo color negro con blanco, con un peso de 161 libras. In 32 professional bouts, he stands with a record of 12 victories against 20 losses, and 4 of those victories coming by the fast way of knockout. Presenta un récord de 12 victorias, 20 derrotas y 4 de esas victorias por la vía del knockout. Del barrio 2 de agosto, Tepic, Nayarit, damas y caballeros, el aguerrido Ramón, el Cholo Barajas. And his opponent across the ring, standing in the red corner. He wears black trunks. He officially weighs in 163 pounds. Y su rival en la esquina roja, con pantaloncillo color negro, con un peso de 163 libras. In 27 professional bouts, he stands with a record of 25 victories, with 2 losses, and 14 of those victories coming by the fast way of knockout. Presenta un récord de 25 victorias, 2 derrotas y 14 de esas victorias por la vía rápida del cloroformo. Originally from Quincy, Massachusetts, and now representing the colors of San Diego's House of Boxing in San Diego, California, USA. The Bazooka, Mark De Luca. And now to give out the final instructions, your referee in charge, Ángel Méndez. 6 rounds, 6 asaltos.
Ese le dieron las instrucciones, síguelas a todo momento, protéjanse, toquen guantes, touch and back.
As we begin the main event of our free showing here, advertising for Grito de Guerra, brought to you by Boristeca Boxing. Here later on today, we have Mark De Luca versus Ramon El Cholo Barajas, a fan favorite, guys. If you watch us here, Best in Boxing, we've seen Ramon Barajas plenty of times. Does not have a winning record. Does have the heart of a champion though. Every time coming to fight, as you guys saw on the preview here today, what he thinks of himself, he's a fighter. He's a rough and tough fighter. And for Mark De Luca here of Quincy, Massachusetts, he's coming a long way, ladies and gentlemen. Coming all the way to Tijuana, Mexico. You know, I asked him, well, what is this fight? You're all the way over here on this side of the world. He says he's just trying to stay busy. Everything's shut down due to COVID. Trying to get in a stay busy fight. I mentioned to him, you know, this guy's tough, and he's well in notice that Ramon Barajas comes to fight.
Yes, he does. And so far, De Luca putting on the pressure on Ramon Barajas. Ramon just threw an overhand right. Blocked successfully by De Luca.
Which typically we see Ramon Barajas, the aggressor, but you know, you see the physique of De Luca here. Strong. He looks strong.
He looks strong coming forward. De Luca the Bazooka. That's a nice name too.
It's an okay name. I'm gonna say okay.
Chris is hating you guys.
I'll tell you one thing. I don't know how this fight is going to end, but I know for a fact that Mark De Luca is going to get sunburned today.
Good overhand right by Ramon Barajas.
I just did that.
I was trying not to laugh at that one, man, but that was a good pun. He might be peeling by the end of this fight if it goes the distance for Mark De Luca.
It's a good reason for him to get this fight, win this fight by KO.
And just to mention, ladies and gentlemen, Mark DeLuca, he's a former world title contender. He contended for the WBO.
10 seconds.
I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties here, but he fought Kell Brook for the WBO Intercontinental title. So he does have, a good record. He does have a good pedigree under his belt, and he's showing it here today. In a stay busy fight. Those are his words from earlier today in our fighter meeting. But he knows what he has up against, in Ramon Barajas, that he has a tough fighter coming to fight, coming to not be a stay busy fight.
Yeah, and Ramon Barajas is no, you can't just walk through this guy. But right off the bat, DeLuca staying busy like he said he was going to. He's walking forward. He's putting on the pressure, and he's not just waiting for one punch knockout. He's staying busy.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, typically Barajas is the one charging forward, is the aggressor in the times that we've seen him here in Best in Boxing. But DeLuca pushing Barajas back.
I like what he told you, Chris, that he came here in order to stay busy. So that tells you about a fighter's mentality. That tells you about his commitment.
Yeah, definitely his commitment to boxing, and he's got good form here. He's got good head movement. As we see Ramon Barajas now do his patented aggression style here, making it hard for his opponent, win or lose.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Chris, it's usually Barajas coming forward, putting on the pressure. He's starting to pick it up right now, but DeLuca's staying calm, staying composed.
So guys, why is Cholo such a great opponent for future prospects, future contenders? Why can't you run this guy down? Why is he such a tough opponent?
I'll tell you why. Barajas is el barrio. They don't call him El Cholo for nothing. This guy, he probably grew up fighting. In fact, I know he grew up fighting. This guy is, he's not gonna go out, man. He has that heart of a warrior.
There's a saying here in Mexico, el barrio me respalda. So
that's right.
El barrio respalda al Cholo hoy, eh? Spanish lessons 101.
There you go. Thank you. And good head movement there by DeLuca, evading those shots, putting his opponent against the ropes now.
Barajas now starting to put on pressure.
Yeah, he may have had to have warmed up, get the speed of DeLuca, get a sense of it, excuse me.
DeLuca with that shoulder roll type of stance.
And a good overhand left by DeLuca, blocked by Barajas.
And even though that punch was blocked, you can still hear it over here.
Oh, for real, Mark DeLuca has power.
It seems like he does have power. He's got a very strong physique, looking more like Ivan Drago.
I must break you.
He must break you.
And if you guys notice that jab that he's throwing, sometimes he'll throw it to the side to try to get Ramon to react, open up. So DeLuca can shoot that bazooka right in the middle.
You couldn't wait to.
I couldn't, bro. I wrote it down.
If it goes on paper, it must be said.
It must be said. Good combos by both.
Yeah, and Barajas starting to pick up the pace. We're starting to see what we know him for, is just to being that aggressor, not the most best boxing technique.
Yeah, not the most technical fighter, Chris, but like we were mentioning, this guy, El Cholo Barajas, is from the barrio. He's coming out here to fight. Now, the first round, he wasn't too active, but Now we're seeing the real Barajas coming out.
Yeah, he definitely picked it up there in that second round. And after 2 rounds, I'm going to send it to our unofficial scorer. Gerardo, how do you have it after 2?
22-18 for Mark the Bazooka de Luca against El Cholo Baraja. Don't count El Cholo out, as we will see the replay of this high action scramble right there.
Yeah, and you see Cholo being the aggressor here, but a good inside shot to the body by De Luca.
It was rolls.
Good rolls and a good little uppercut to the body.
And then this is why the fans love seeing El Cholo. He comes out to scrap, man.
Every time he comes out to scrap, man, he does a very good job.
And as a fan, you appreciate that style. You appreciate the fact that he's rifándosela, as we say here in Mexico, that he's going out there, that he's throwing punches. Mark De Luca is promoted, fun fact guys, for you guys that like Boston rock, that Boston punk rock, Mark De Luca is promoted by Dropkick Murphy's very own lead singer, if I get it right, Murphy Promotions. So if you guys like Dropkick Murphys, it's a pretty cool Boston rock band. You should give it a try.
No point.
So that's a fun fact for you guys. Mark De Luca is promoted by the very own. Everybody loves boxing.
Everybody does love boxing.
In Boston, even if you're Irish, you're from Mexico, you're from the States, everybody loves boxing. Boxing's universal, guys.
I concur.
Cholo keeping busy, doing some dirty boxing, like trying to
dirty tactics there on
right.
the inside, but you know, De Luca evaded pretty much every shot there, doing a good little roll there.
He's doing a good job at evading, but you know, I think he's taking it a little bit too slow.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too passive there. He starts to pick up he needs to pick up the punch count.
He's being successful with rolling the punches, and they look good. You know, they're gonna look good on the replays, but you get caught with one of those, and it could be the end of the night. And Cholo's staying consistent. Cholo is keeping busy.
Yeah, but definitely, I mean, De Luca's landing the better shots. Maybe Cholo's being a little more aggressive. He's being more consistent with the shots, but nothing's landing. Nothing is hurting De Luca. And De Luca seems to just be taking his time. Remember, guys, this is a 6-round fight. It's not a quick 4-round banger.
6-round fight, and De Luca, I mean, like you said, he fought for a world champion with Kell Brook, so he's he's not new to this. That's why you see him composed, calm, and studying El Cholo.
And definitely a big step down from Kell Brook to El Cholo Barajas, but
why? That's a good thing that you mentioned, Chris. But my doubt here is, why would a fighter go all the way up from being able to fight top contenders to opponents of the quality of El Cholo Barajas?
I would say typically because trying to get that confidence back. Like I said, in his words, De Luca's words is just stay busy. He wants to stay busy. He wants to get a title shot, another opportunity for him to become a world champion.
Yeah, you want your fighter to stay busy, and Ramon Barajas is gonna put pressure on him. Here with Best in Boxing, with Boristeca Promotions, it's one of the only places that are still doing boxing fights, and they're doing it safely. So you have to take that into account with a top-ranked fighter like De Luca.
That's a great point.
Great point. He needs fights. He needs to stay busy. And like you said, we are taking the proper safety measures. You got the referee wearing a mask. You got the corners wearing masks. Everybody around this area here wearing masks, trying to keep everything safe.
Got tested.
We got tested.
Everybody gets tested. They're cleaning the ring in between fights. I mean, they're doing everything that a big production should be doing.
you can say that this is the safest place in TJ right now.
Yeah, I would agree.
Pandemic-wise, that is. It's never safe when a Cholo is around.
We got a Cholo and we got a bazooka in here, but it's still the safest spot thanks to Best in Boxing and Bodisteca Promotions.
Right on. El grito de guerra.
As Mark DeLuca turns right-handed, orthodox. If I'm not mistaken, he was southpaw the first few rounds.
Yeah, that's right. Right now, we saw a fury of punches by Barajas, but nothing real. No punch really stood out.
And maybe a little desperation there from Barajas, as Mark DeLuca is pretty much controlling this fight.
Yeah, you see the difference between when Barajas is throwing punches and he's staying busy. It's like he's hoping the punches are going to land. Whereas DeLuca, he looks real calm, real composed. Those hard punches, they're calculated. You know, he's staying calm and he's looking at him.
And a good one too, right while you were making that speculation there, Dylan, landed by DeLuca. And Cholo waves off the shots like they didn't hear him. And I think this is the guy that we're used to seeing now, as he starts to pick up the pace a little bit. Yup, and that's him. But DeLuca doing a good showing there of getting away from every single shot that Barajas threw.
Real Mayweather-like, staying on the ropes, moving around.
I see El Cholo style like really leaning in with his head. So that is dangerous for any fighter, as you can bump heads, especially as Mark DeLuca is, well, he's fighting orthodox right now, but once he gets back to southpaw position, it's very normal. It's very common for us to see between headbanks between a southpaw and a guy that is really leaning in with his head, as El Cholo does very often.
Yeah, and we've seen a fight get stopped here of El Cholo Barajas on Best in Boxing when he fought Rafael Ramirez, I believe it was. Ramon Barajas. They stopped the fight due to a cut on Ramirez's face.
Nice body punch.
That was a nice body shot right now, and a couple moments ago he threw a good left hook to the body of Ramon Barajas.
Yeah, and he didn't seem to like it, right?
Yeah,
I saw the expression change, yeah.
Good body work by DeLuca.
A little rabbit punch there by Barajas. And a shout out to Baby G Camacho right here, listening to us on the broadcast here.
Baby G,
there you
G
go.
Camacho.
Make sure you
homeboy.
Make sure you tune in to the pay-per-view portion of the telecast. You know, to enjoy more of this good boxing brought to you by Best in Boxing and Bodisteca Boxing Promotions. And we get a typical Baraja replay here, just throwing crazy shots. Mark DeLuca doing well, evading most of those shots there by Barajas, but that's the style, man. That's the style that this guy brings you. He brings you an all-out action style. Maybe DeLuca doing a very good job of quelling Barajas' attack. You know, typically we are seeing more activity from Barajas, but DeLuca doing a very good job of just kind of controlling the action.
Yeah, and staying calm when Ramon Barajas does throw multiple punches. He just sits back, rolls them, moves.
And after 4 rounds, I'm going to take it to our unofficial scorer, Gerardo. Gerardo, how do you have it after 4?
A shout out this far, 40-36 for Mark the Bazooka DeLuca. I must say this: if El Cholo wants to win this fight, El Cholo must go YOLO. meaning that he must throw everything. He must throw everything right now. He has to pull his heart out in order to win this fight, because right now he hasn't won a round.
I agree, and I think he needs to be more selective with the punches. Ramon does, because even when he does come out throwing the kitchen sink at DeLuca's sitting back, real calm, and he's rolling the punches and countering.
Yeah, you could see why he had such a big fight, against Kell Brook. Man, he's got a good style. He needs to maybe pick up the punch count a little bit. Does DeLuca? And the only reason why I'd say that is because the sun is hard out here, and he's gonna start peeling anytime soon.
That's for sure. Welcome to Mexico.
And did a little dance move right now. DeLuca.
Yeah, as DeLuca turns Barajas around, getting away from shots and pushing his opponent to the corner.
Barajas trying to, I'm telling him, let's go, bring it. But DeLuca is bringing it, man.
Yeah,
that's real smart.
That's the thing, man. DeLuca's bringing it with a good little inside body shot. Little return from Barajas. Didn't seem to face DeLuca.
Beautiful work, beautiful display of ring generalship. Won't say that, guys, from Mark DeLuca.
Oh yeah, he's staying calm, man. And even when he does evade the punches, he's doing like the toreros, when they have that flag, just switch.
Like a professional bullfighter.
Yeah.
The matador.
Matador.
But to be honest, guys, he looks more like a G.I. Joe than a matador, man. This guy's buff.
Stop. 10 seconds. 10 seconds, gentlemen.
And just a reminder for everybody watching us now, this is the last of our free preview of the show. Grito de Guerra, brought to you by Boristeca Boxing Promotions. bestinboxing.com. This is where you'll catch us. $5.99 for the pay-per-view portion of the fight. We have Kevin Diamond Boy Torres, 16-1, versus Jose Pipino Cuevas, 13-1. Both with 24 knockouts between the two.
Hey man, I'll tell you guys what, Kevin Torres versus Pipino Cuevas, that one is going to be an amazing fight. These two dudes come out and they have a high percentage of knockouts, but they're both smart fighters. It's going to be competitive, I guarantee it, and it's going to be, I'm going to say it now, it's going to be the highlight of the night.
I like that. Okay.
Come on, quiet. Box.
As we begin the final round of our free telecast here, we have Cholo Barajas trying to come forward on Mark DeLuca. And I'm going to go ahead and brand him now on Mark the G.I. Joe DeLuca. Doing a wonderful job here of evading all the shots from Barajas.
You should charge for that, Like,
I'm giving away nicknames, guys.
Chris,
they're free.
I'm going pro. I'm going a pro boxer. I don't have a name yet. Oh, here you are. You're now baptized. The G.I. Joe. That's pretty good. You're good.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will keep these coming at your request. Go ahead and drop your comments. If you want the nicknames to keep coming, drop your comments. I assure you I have a bucket load of them.
I've seen his notebook. And you see Barajas, I mean, the fight's almost done, you know he's tired, but he's walking forward and with a huge smile. This is why fans love Barajas, he's coming here to fight.
Yeah, he's enjoying himself. He enjoys the sports. He knows he's not winning the fight. He doesn't care.
Good uppercut there by DeLuca. Maybe trying to close out the show a little bit. Barajas not letting him, just tough. Keeps coming forward. And the very few people that are out here are fans of El Cholo Barajas, as from number of directions here, we're getting, come on Cholo, like people are here cheering him on.
It's hard not to be a fan when you talk to the guy. You know, he's a real humble guy, real friendly. You know, even though he has the name of Cholo, the dude's cool. Dominant work by De Luca right now.
Landing those hard shots to the body. And that's one thing that I say, when a guy has a tough beard, as Barajas does, as we see here in Best in Boxing, where he takes just pretty much every shot his opponents dish out to the face. Mark De Luca doing the smart thing and going to Cholo Barajas' body.
The corner of El Cholo yelling out to him. Their family's watching, you know, so Cholo's coming out with everything right now.
Bleeding, but I think the body shots by De Luca have kind of put a stop.
They took its toll.
Yeah, they definitely took its toll.
As they always do, like we said in the previous fight, you know, they add up. And Barajas has taken a couple.
And yet he fights. And
Yeah,
yet he fights.
Yet he fights.
Yeah, you gotta appreciate that.
And good sportsmanship by both fighters.
Definitely.
Good fight to close the pay-per-view telecast. Mark the G.I. Joe De Luca coming to us from Quincy, Massachusetts. If the judges have it like Gerardo has it, he had an easy day here against Ramon El Cholo Barajas. I'm sorry to cut you off there, Gerardo, but go ahead and tell us that score once again.
60 to 54. 6 rounds to nothing for Mark the Bazooka De Luca, the G.I. Joe.
Yes.
G.I. Joe won the fight.
Branded.
Branded.
By the San Diego Kid, Chris Martin. Mark the G.I. Joe De Luca. And I just want to let everybody know, coming up, brought to you by Boristeca Boxing Promotions and Grito de Guerra. Here, the pay-per-view portion of our telecast. Please join us. Myself, Gerardo Rodriguez, Dylan and Rey Miranda, Chris Martin coming to you from Tijuana, Mexico.
Guys, please.
Best in Boxing presents September 19th.
This is a young man that they have tremendous hope for.
Kevin Torres takes on Jose Cuevas in a power-for-power showdown.
And this is not body repair, folks. This is body destruction.
A lot of power in both hands. He scored a lot of knockouts here in the Best in Boxing. A lot of one-punch knockouts.
That's it. That's all she wrote. Kevin Torres with a sensational first-round knockout.
The Diamond Boy Torres.
Kevin Torres versus Jose Cuevas, September 19th, 3 p.m. Pacific. Only $5.99 pay-per-view. Tickets on sale now at bestinboxing.com.
Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we now go to the judges' scorecards. Después de 6 rounds de combate, nos vamos con la decisión de los jueces. Más audio. El juez, judge Sergio Lechuga, he scores it 60 to 54. Anotó tarjeta 60-54. And both judges, Max Zúñiga and Jesús Hernández, have the same scores of 59 to 55. Estos dos últimos jueces coinciden en números 59-55. For your winner by the way of unanimous decision, su vencedor por la vía de la decisión unánime, from Quincy, Massachusetts in the USA, the Bazooka, Mark De Luca. Y también reconocimiento para el siempre combatiente, el Cholo, Ramón Barajas de Nayarit.
As Mark De Luca gets the victory here today from Tijuana, Baja California, Mexico. Please follow us for the pay-per-view portion of our bouts here today. Bestinboxing.com. Gerardo Rodriguez, Dylan El Rey Miranda, Chris Martin, your announcers here as we get a little preview on this replay that you're seeing here. Good shots landed there by Mark DeLuca. Very good showing from him. Shut out his opponent, El Cholo Barajas, always a fan favorite. Seemed as though Mark DeLuca took a little bit of the steam from Cholo Barajas here today to close the free portion of our telecast. As we close this portion here, we ask you to join us. bestinboxing.com, only $5.99.
Fight fans, trust me on this.
Next level, like I said, I want to fight in the U.S. I want to fight, in the big venues, under Top Rank, under ESPN, whatever big company is out there.
I think Kevin's ready for the big leagues. Saul's done a great job in developing and providing the guys, and this is a great test. Cuevas is not coming to lose, he's coming to win. And looking at his record, somebody on the other end thought he was going to be a good guy too and invested some money in that kid. So this is a crossroads fight.
I felt the best I've ever felt. I've been doing 10 rounds. I'm fighting 8, but I know I can go 10. So, I think I'm over prepared for this, which is what I want. Weight is good. I've never felt better in my life. And, I'm coming in and I'm coming in strong.
The small footage I was able to obtain from Jose Cuevas, I saw that he was a good, solid pressure fighter. And he loved the inside work. And he got good placement of shots sometimes in the inside. And he's able to take a shot. What I saw, he's able to take a good, solid shot. But in Kevin's situation, he's patient. And that's what we've been working in this. Now we're in 8 rounds. So now he's a professional boxer. In the past, it was 4 rounds, so that's an amateur pace. Even 6 rounds, we could pick up the pace a little. Now we could sit down and we can actually sit down the shots, place them where we do. And in the whole camp, we've been explaining to him to be a pro boxer. It's not a combination of punches, but setting up stuff, setting traps, placing shots, understanding counters, setting feints, and now turning them into a professional boxer in 8 rounds.
Jose Cuevas, 13.
another edition of Best in Boxing, coming to you from Tijuana, Baja California, Mexico, where boxing always finds a way. Even during these hard times, during COVID, we come to you live with a good show brought to you from Best in Boxing, promoted by Boristeca Boxing Promotions. I'm being joined here by my co-host, Gerardo Rodriguez and Dylan El Rey Miranda. We have an action-packed 5-bout card here for you for your enjoyment against two top contenders in Kevin Torres versus Carlos Pipino Cuevas. Guys, in our co-main event, we have two undefeated fighters fighting for a youth WBC title. Gerardo, what do you see here from our co-main event of the afternoon?
Oh, I'm excited for the co-main event. We're going to see these two young fighters, B-Fly Macias, displaying this good boxing fundamentals against Mini Lopez, who is all heart, a Mexican fighter. And you know what happens when a Mexican fighter is on the ring, especially on a day like today, El Grito de Guerra.
El Grito de Guerra, that's right. the promotion name for this afternoon. Dylan El Rey Miranda, we have a good fight in Cuevas and Torres for our main event. How do you see that fight playing out here today?
A good fight, man. I would say that's an amazing fight. We have two knockout artists in Kevin Torres, 16-1. We have Cuevas, 13-1. They both have more than 10 knockouts each one. This fight is going to be competitive. These guys, even though they're knockout artists, they're smart, you know, and they're coming here to compete. No one here wants to lose. I'm excited to see this fight, man. This is going to be the highlight of the night. I guarantee that.
Yeah, definitely a good card with a good main event for your guys' enjoyment. It's not a guarantee because nothing is guaranteed in boxing, but we could see two future world title contenders in Torres and Cuevas. And to bring the telecast to formation here, we have Pablo Flores bringing it to you guys live.
De Tepic Nayarit, Adalberto García. Y de Camalú, Ensenada, Baja California, Mario El Güero Ramírez.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, to open up the telecast here today, Mario El Güero Ramírez, who you see coming into the ring right now, 13-1 with 4 KOs, versus Adalberto Garcia, 6-11. And the way he describes himself, ladies and gentlemen, is a boxer puncher. You know, he mirrors his style. His idol watches Eric Morales and says he wants to be him. So here you guys see the tail of the tape. As Dylan, can you walk us through the tail of the tape?
So from the tail of the tape, we see Mario Ramirez has the height advantage and the reach advantage. And Mario Ramirez is coming off from a long layoff. But I expect him to go in there and put on the pressure intelligently. He's going to keep this at a distance and not let Garcia get close to do his brawl type of fighting that he likes to do. Mario's going to be intelligent, and I expect him to control the fight.
Yeah, we've seen Mario Güero Ramirez here on Best in Boxing plenty of times. Adalberto Garcia claims he's a brawler. He expects that style more than anything. as we
Damas y
take it to
caballeros,
Pablo
Boristeca
Flores.
Boxing Promotions y Grito de Guerra Promotions presentan este encuentro pactado a 6 rounds en la división de peso superpluma. Let's get ready for 6 rounds of boxing in the super featherweight division. Your 3 judges scoring this bout in ringside. Sus 3 jueces: Sergio Lechuga, Jesse Hernández y Max Zúñiga La Bandera. And your referee in charge of the action, su referee para este combate de Puerto Rico, Ángel Méndez. Introducing the fighter standing in the blue corner. He wears black and gold. He officially weighs in 126.5 pounds. Presentando ustedes en la esquina azul, con pantaloncillo color negro con oro, con un peso de 126.5 libras. In 22 professional bouts, he stands with a record of 6 victories, 11 losses, 5 draws, and 2 of those victories coming by the fast way of knockout. Presenta un récord de 6 victorias, 11 derrotas, 5 empates y 2 de esas victorias por la vía del knockout. Representando Cueva Boxing Promotions, Tepic Nayarit, Adalberto El Choice García. And his opponent across the ring standing in the red corner. He wears black with the Mexican flag on the side. He weighs in 130 pounds. Presentando ustedes en la esquina roja, vistiendo pantaloncillo de color negro con la bandera mexicana en los lados, verde, blanco y rojo, con un peso de 130 libras. In 15 professional bouts, he stands with a record of 13 victories, 1 lone defeat, 1 draw, and 4 of those victories coming by the fast way of knockout. Presenta un récord de 13 victorias, 1 derrota, 1 empate y 4 de esas victorias por la vía del knockout. Originario de Camalú, Baja California, y representando los colores de Iron Fist, Colonia Libertad de Tijuana, Mario Güero Ramírez. And to give out the final instructions, your referee in charge, con las indicaciones finales, su referee, Ángel Méndez. 6 rounds, 6 asaltos.
As we open our pay-per-view portion of the telecast, Mario Ramírez, Adalberto Garcia. As Güero Ramírez starts off with his patented movement, distance boxing, and described by Adalberto Garcia that he comes forward and he's a tough Mexican fighter, in his words.
I like the distance that Mario is keeping right now.
And that's typically Mario Güero Ramírez's style. He likes to box from the outside, keep his distance.
So here's a fun fact for you guys. Over at Mario Güero Ramírez's corner, it's his trainer, Sergio El Cero Sánchez. I know him very well because he's the former world champion, Jorge El Travieso Arce's head trainer. So nothing new for Sergio El Cero Sánchez on El Güero's corner. He's a trainer that worked on my corner as well on my amateur days, and he's a trainer that favors the exchange. He is always urging you to go forward, to throw a lot of punches. So it's a good trainer to have in your corner for El Güero Ramírez.
And that's why we see such an exciting style as he lands a good little body shot there to Ramírez. And we're accustomed to seeing him here in Best in Boxing, where he is lengthy and he keeps a distance, but he throws plenty of shots, like Gerardo just mentioned.
Yeah, definitely not a boring fighter, Ramírez. And you see Garcia putting on the pressure, but Ramírez doing a very good job of stepping out, using the whole ring to avoid the punches. And he's keeping that jab in Garcia's face.
And Garcia continues to throw to the body there. I think he's landed already 2 or 3 shots. And this is a 6-round bout. See if it wears on Ramírez, as he usually throws a lot of punches. See if he's able to keep that pace.
You know, Ramirez coming off a long layoff. His last fight was December of last year. So the pace is going to pick up. I'm sure of it.
Maybe get a little bit of that rust off is probably what he's trying to do here in that first round.
Yeah, and we've had a couple of fights where guys are, coming off long layoffs, and we wondered if ring rust was going to be in effect, if it was real. And I think I can say that we've seen that it does take a little bit, maybe a round or two to get back into the groove.
And a good hook there landed by Ramirez in that exchange, and a hard overhand right landed by Garcia. And his style did not disappoint. Typically, you wait for that first round, you feel him out, but that did not happen for Adalberto Garcia. He came in looking for Güero Ramirez, looking for his body, looking for his chin right away.
I might be wrong here, guys. Excuse me. I might be wrong here, guys, but I don't see any ring rust for El Güero. High activity on the very first round.
Yeah, good amount of activity from both fighters. Definitely a hard round to judge between the two, but we'll get to that with our unofficial scorer Gerardo in a few moments. As we see there, the corner of El Güero Ramirez.
Yeah, now El Güero Ramirez is doing a good job of using the ring, but I think if he's gonna keep Garcia off of him, he's gonna have to sit down on the punches, and have Garcia respect his punching power. Because right now Garcia is just walking forward.
He keeps coming forward on him. You're correct.
And if he's gonna throw that jab, it needs to be a stiff jab, and he needs to put that in his face. Make him think twice before coming in like that. So far, good job for Garcia.
And fight fans, you might be able to hear Adalberto Garcia yelling each time that he throws a punch. So I have a question for you guys. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for a boxer? Because I remember Victor Vicious Ortiz, he used to yell each time he threw a punch. And that is until he had his jaw broken by Josecito Lopez. So yelling versus the shush after each punch, a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a grunt. He's grunting. It just depends on each fighter, some guys like to grunt when they're hitting the bag. Some guys, make different noises. It's all up to the fighter, what he prefers, right? He feels comfortable with that grunt. Seems to be working for him, evening out the round here.
Yeah, there's multiple videos making fun of this. Every fighter has their noise.
Yeah.
Chris's sound is more feminine, but that's him. You let him do what makes him comfortable.
You're correct, man. I'll go ahead and take that like just how I'd describe yours, more of a moan than a grunt, Dylan.
Oh,
but,
I enjoy hitting for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can leave you guys alone if you want.
We've settled this in the gym plenty of times. Don't get it twisted, people.
TMI.
We're good friends.
So far, Garcia continuing with that pressure.
And a good counter by Ramirez. As you see Garcia putting on the pressure here, as Dylan mentioned, this is a 6-round fight. So the conditioning aspect is gonna vary maybe for Mario Güero Ramirez coming off almost a year layoff.
Yeah, and you know what? I was going to mention the fact that this is a 6-rounder because, Garcia right now is throwing a lot of hard punches, and we're still in the second round. You have 4 more rounds to go.
And a good body shot landed by Güero Ramirez.
Yeah, and with those body shots by Güero, sooner or later they're going to take effect.
So in Güero's previous fight, he came in a very hard fight, throwing lots of shots, eventually broke his opponent down to the body. If I'm not mistaken, it was the 7th round where he finished his opponent.
Very nice exchange at the end of the round.
Very nice exchange. In the first round, I saw Garcia putting on the pressure. as the highlight of it. But right now, I'm seeing Ramirez staying calm. And like I mentioned, it's a 6-rounder, and he's investing in the body shots. Those are going to add up, and we've already seen 2 or 3 fights in the prelims where the body shots
pay dividends.
Effect.
Yeah,
definitely.
In the fight with Mark DeLuca and Ramon Barajas, it seemed like DeLuca threw good shots to the body and was able to put him down there. As we see the replay here, the aggressor, but Mario Güero Ramirez doing well to counter off the ropes there. As we had a little bit of technical difficulty. Garcia, the aggressor. Ramirez, the boxer puncher. As we start the 3rd round and we go to our unofficial scorer, Gerardo, how do you have it after 2 rounds?
1 round apiece. It's a tough round to score this fight because you see a lot of action between those two, but I'm giving the edge on Garcia on the last round because he demonstrated a little bit more of aggression, threw more punches, and in my opinion, connected a bit more than El Güero.
Yeah,
1 round apiece.
I'll tell you guys one thing. Right off the bat, you see Garcia coming out not as strong as the previous 2. Like I mentioned, he's been throwing the multiple power punches, throwing combinations. Those, they affect your fuel tank. And right now, Ramirez is starting to put his game plan into effect.
Yeah, definitely affect your fuel tank. So I always like to use that analogy of the boxing video games. If you guys ever played Fight Night, you guys ever played Punch Out back in the day, you're hitting your opponent, and that power meter starts to go down little by little. So maybe that's something we're starting to see, that power meter going down from Garcia.
Yeah, now Garcia keeps walking forward, but right now we see his guard a bit lower and not throwing as much punches as before. He's trying to load up on them, but Ramirez is being real smart.
He's definitely picking off his shots, landing a good body shot right as you were talking, Dylan. I didn't want to interrupt you, but doing a good job of setting up his shots is Ramirez.
El Güero Ramirez
Good
finding a
left hook
good.
by Ramirez.
That's right. Finding a good counter punch on that left hook of his.
And we saw Garcia start off stronger than Ramirez, coming off right off the bat with multiple punches, putting on pressure. Sometimes it is better to take it slow the first round so you can get the distance of your fighter, so you can analyze him, so you can see the little quirks that he has.
And a good 1-2 landed by Ramirez. It seemed to have hurt his opponent, Garcia.
He's still throwing, though. He's there. He's right there.
And a hard uppercut landed by Garcia on Güero Ramirez. Backpedaling after that shot was landed. So as we see Mario Güero Ramirez, not your typical Mexican fighter. He likes to fight off his back foot, likes to box more than brawl, as opposed to Garcia, who mentioned to us that he likes to brawl. He wants to get in there and he wants to duke it out.
Yeah, you know what? That's right, because Ramirez is using the ring, and he's taking step backs. He's setting up little feints. He's being real smart. A lot of the typical Mexican fighters have that come forward with everything, try to
style,
bombard
yes.
you with the punches. Ramirez so far executing his game plan.
Yeah, that's what we've come to see from Mario El Güero Ramirez. He likes to move. He likes to use the ring. As we get a shot there of our ring card girl, letting us know that it's round number 4. We thank her for that.
Thank you.
We see Güero Ramirez here.
Yeah, and you know what? Ramirez started off a little bit slow, but we definitely saw him pick up the pace. And I think now that he knows how Garcia is, how he's going to react, he's putting his game plan in. He's listening to his coaches. I can see what they're, telling him in the corner, and he's implementing that game plan.
Yeah, definitely doing a much better aspect of his fight in that last round is Güero Ramirez. We'll see if Garcia can take control back, as Gerardo gave him the second round. we enter the 4th round here in a 6-round bout.
Ramirez is throwing multiple jabs. Sometimes he likes to double the jab, and that's good because he's using that left hook too. You know, so. Ooh.
And a good right hand by Güero Ramirez. Didn't seem to face Garcia. Still coming forward. Still throwing shots, and a good shot landed by Garcia.
Good chin on both guys.
Both fighters landed good shots on each other.
Bienvenidos a Mexico. That's all I can say.
Garcia right now is walking forward, and once he gets into the distance where he can throw a power punch, he throws it. And I think that's the wrong plan to have against Ramirez. He's moving around, and you see that waist movement that Ramirez has as well.
And landing little shots there is Ramirez, but not putting too much mustard on him, as people like to say.
Neither of these guys have a huge percentage of knockouts.
We're going to be able to enjoy the boxing aspect of this game here.
Yeah, and you see Ramirez right now duck under a left hook of Garcia gracefully.
And come back with the hook. And it seems that Ramirez is frustrating Garcia a little bit by the way he moves, by the way he evades these shots.
Yeah, but you know what? Garcia needs to, I know he's getting frustrated, but he's following Ramirez, and it's been a couple of guys that like to follow the fighter instead of closing off the ring, putting him in a corner, putting him in a bad spot where they can put their game plan, you know, getting into the close space and throwing those combinations. Because right now he's letting Ramirez use the whole ring.
Yeah, he's letting him dictate the pace.
And good waist movement by Ramirez has been throughout the whole fight.
And Garcia goes ahead and goes forward and grunts. That 1-2 with no avail. Just great, fantastic movement from Güero Ramirez of Camalu, Baja California, not too far here from Tijuana.
Good round here for both guys. The waist movement that Ramirez is showing right now, it's great. It's impressive. You know, he's able to stay calm, dodge, and pivot out.
Most definitely, throwing the jab, setting up combinations, and what I'm really liking from El Güero Ramirez is his left hook. He sometimes throws it sort of like a check hook. Whenever Garcia is leaning forward, he finds him with a short left hook, as we see the replay coming up right now.
As we see the movement of Güero Ramirez evading pretty much every shot that Garcia is throwing at him. Just wonderful head movement, using the ring to his advantage, something that is taught but not always easy to do. Güero Ramirez is showing us how to do it here.
As we come back to the fight, more of the same. Cuevas walking forward, trying to throw those hard punches. And Ramirez keeping that jab in Garcia's face. The composure that Ramirez is showing is great. You know, he had a long layoff, but this guy,
nice jab.
Has 15 fights under his belt, so he's a composed, complete fighter.
He started boxing at 17 without any heavy training. He started not that very young. Would you say that, Chris?
Typically, you have a little bit more of an extensive amateur background. Güero Ramirez did not. He started off his career losing to his opponent, Armando Tovar, at 140 pounds. Tonight, he enters 130 pounds. 10 pounds lighter, 2 weight classes down. You know, definitely not the best way to start, you know, with not that much experience, but he since that first and only loss of Güero Ramirez, he's undefeated. That just shows the tenacity and the love for boxing that this person has, because you struggled with adversity, losing your very first professional fight. Typically, most people would be like, I'm done with boxing. This kid picked it up, dusted off, and put on 13 straight wins.
You know, and we talked about how most boxers start off with four rounds, and it's because it's a different feeling from the amateurs. I think Ramirez might have felt the differences, and he said, you know what, I have to take this serious. And you got into the gym, you've seen how he's developed into this fighter that we're seeing here, with proper waist movement, good jabs, dictating the fight. It's good. It's great seeing a boxer progress and grow.
As we've seen here, Mario Güero Ramirez do on Best in Boxing. You can go back and catch his fights. I think he's had the most fights. He's had 13 fights on Best in Boxing. You guys can watch him. Just look up his name on YouTube or Best in Boxing. They were all on Fight Hub.
You can see why. The kid has skills. Nice jab work. The jab is doing the work for him tonight.
Yeah, he definitely has good skills. Where do you see him? Where do you see him at, Dylan? Being a fighter yourself, for somebody at 130 pounds, you know, against those high contenders.
You know what? I just want to touch on the point, the fact that he started off at 140 and went down to 130. I think that was the right move. A lot of fighters like to start off looking muscular. You know, they want to look good for the cameras, but this is a strategic sport. So you have to shave off those pounds, and you have to have a full fuel tank, and that's what his trainer has done. That's what Ramirez's team has accomplished here. We see somebody.
You're absolutely right, Dylan. As we take it to the replay here, little quick exchange from both fighters. Not much of an exchange that you guys got to see. Got cut off there, but Garcia landed that punch. Mario Güero Ramirez did come back. We were unable to see that. See how we close this final round between both fighters. Mario Güero Ramirez versus Adalberto Garcia.
And you know what? As far as competing with the rest of the 130 pounders, Ramirez has it. You know, I see him competing up there. He's barely coming back from that long layoff, and he's being smart. He's been hitting him in the body as well. We just saw another one a couple moments ago.
You can say that Güero Ramirez is serious about his career in boxing, because he already moved from Kamalu to Tijuana, and you already know, fight fans, that Tijuana is a fight town. That tells you about the Güero Ramirez commitment to
his
this
dedication
sport.
to the sport. He lands a hard hook, but Garcia keeps coming, putting on the pressure that he went ahead and stated to us that he likes to come forward, he likes to brawl, and he's showing us that is Garcia here today.
Yeah, this looks like he came in to brawl while Ramirez came in to box. And you know what? He's been hitting him with a couple of good check hooks, man. Like, you can hear them all the way over here. Garcia keeps walking forward, though.
Yeah, we're at a good distance from the boxing ring, Dylan. You're right.
Ooh, nice right hand.
And we hear it. We hear the thuds.
Garcia has gold on his belt. He has a gold chin as well. He's taken a couple of those punches, man. Okay, you got to bring back the golden chin.
As we get a little scared here in the background, little background noise. Somebody dropped something pretty heavy back there. That's Garcia trying. But Ramirez just the better fighter, evading those shots. Landing his own hook there. Closing the distance.
Garcia's corner yelling at him, do it for your daughter, do it for your daughter, do it for your family.
And they're asking just for no technique, just throw. He said throw, however you can, throw. That's what they're asking for. See if Garcia's able to pull that out of his head, just throw and throw.
But Güero, being the counter-puncher that he is, isn't that for his own benefit?
I mean, it could be, but I think when you respect a counterpuncher and you stay at their distance, they can pick you off real easy. But if you go in there and you make it a brawl like Maidana versus Mayweather, you give them trouble.
And good close to the last round of our very first bout of the afternoon. Mario El Güero Ramirez versus Adalberto Garcia of Tepic, Nayarit, Mexico. So we're going to go to the unofficial score of this bout. Gerardo, how do you have this fight?
58-56 for Mario El Güero Ramirez. I gave Garcia 2 rounds for his aggression, the volume of punches that he threw, but Güero Ramirez outclassed him, constantly throwing the check hook and connecting all day long. A lot of jabs. He even at one point threw like 10 jabs in a row. So El Güero Ramirez's day today, 58-56.
We'll see if the judges agree with Gerardo. See how they see this fight. Is he gonna interview?
Yeah, it's a good fight coming back from that layoff, Chris. He looked crisp. You know, that jab was as good as ever, and he fought smart. I think he dominated most of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, Garcia did make it close. We got to give him that. He made it close. It seemed to be convincing as we see the counter punching of Mario El Güero Ramirez and the aggressiveness of Garcia. We see Ramirez, the way he counters. As we see it here.
Sí, 2, 3, sí. Audio, dame un poquito más, por favor. Subirle volumen, más volumen, audio. Más volumen, audio. Más. Gracias.
Mario Ramirez just doing a fantastic job there of getting away from the shots and landing telling blows as we take it up to Pablo Flores for our decision.
Damas y caballeros, este combate se va a la distancia de 6 rounds. Por lo tanto, nos vamos con la decisión de los jueces. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout has gone the distance of 6 rounds, and we now go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges, los 3 jueces, Sergio Lechuga, Jesse Hernández y Max Zúñiga La Bandera, have the same scores of 59-55. Coinciden en sus números 59-55. For your winner by the way of unanimous decision, su vencedor por la vía de la decisión unánime, Camalú y Iron Fist de la Colonia Libertad de Tijuana, Mario Güero Ramírez.
And Gerardo was off by 1 round.
También,
all 3 judges had it.
59 para su rival de Tepic Nayarit, para Adalberto
for
El
your
Choice
winner,
García.
Mario El Güero Ramírez.
Mario, vamos a dar una entrevista. All right, I'm here with the winner. Estoy aquí con el ganador, Mario El Güero Ramírez. Mario, el jab estuvo trabajando contigo, todo el día estuviste trabajando muchísimo el jab. ¿Cómo te sientes después de haber peleado desde diciembre? Tenías desde pelear sin diciembre. ¿Cómo te sentiste después de esta pelea? You're coming off of the since you last fight was in December last year. So how do you feel right now? Did you feel a little ring rust over there? ¿Te sentiste un poquito como oxidado con respecto a esta falta de actividad?
Pues primero que nada, pues quiero darle gracias a Dios, ¿verdad? Por la victoria, al público.
I want to thank God and I want to thank the audience.
Sí, me sentí un poco raro porque pues tengo casi medio año sin pelear, pero...
I felt a little weird because it's been a half year since I last fought.
Pero ya estando aquí arriba del ring me sentí confiado con la preparación. Regresé aquí a Tijuana a hacer una preparación muy buena, muy fuerte.
I felt real confident because my training camp was very serious and I took it very seriously as well.
Me sentí fuerte, el sol fue lo que me mató poquito, pero...
The sun killed me a little bit. Let me ask you something. Déjame te pregunto algo. ¿Estuviste encontrando mucho ese pequeño ganchito en cuanto García estaba tratando de encontrarte de frente? Tú lo encontrabas con ese ganchito de izquierda, te estuvo trabajando. ¿Cómo lo veías venir? ¿Debiste haberlo tirado un poquitito más? How do you felt as you threw that counter punch, like sort of check hook, each time García went on head on against you?
Sí, lo miraba en cuanto venía y decía, pues aquí es. Lo soltaba, pero en la esquina pues me daba unas indicaciones. Trataba de...
I was throwing it, but my corner was telling me to keep throwing it as well.
Trataba de hacerlo, pero pues me cansé poquito, no mucho, ¿no? Pero cuando ya lo tenía para conectarlo algo, me hacía que...
I got a little tired, damn son. So, muchísimas gracias, Mario el Güero Ramírez, ladies and gentlemen.
As we see Manuel Rey Rojas of Dallas, Texas, make his way to the ring. And his opponent already in the corner, Jorge Luis Alvarez. As we take it to Pablo Flores for the official announcement.
Damas y caballeros, Boristeca Boxing Promotions y Grito de Guerra Boxing presentan este cotejo pactado a 6 rounds en la división de peso ligero. 6 rounds of boxing, the lightweight division. Your 3 judges scoring this bout in ringside. Sus 3 jueces: Sergio Lechuga, Jesse Hernández y Max Zúñiga Lavandera. And your referee in charge of the action, su referee para este combate, Ángel Méndez. Introducing first, the fighter standing in the blue corner, wearing white trunks with black trim. He officially weighs in 135 pounds. Presentando ustedes en la esquina azul, con pantaloncillo color blanco con negro, con un peso de 135 libras. He stands with 13 professional bouts, 3 victories, 9 losses, 1 draw, and 2 of those victories coming by the fast way of knockout. Presenta un récord de 3 victorias, 9 derrotas, 1 empate y 2 de esas victorias por la vía del knockout. De Tepic, Nayarit, Jorge Luis, el Conejo Álvarez. And his opponent across the ring, standing in the red corner, wearing blue and gold. He officially weighs in the same, 135 pounds. Y su rival en la esquina roja, con pantaloncillo color azul con oro, con un peso idéntico de 135 libras. In 22 professional bouts, he stands with a record of 18 victories against 4 losses, and 5 of those victories coming by the fast way of knockout. Presenta un récord de 18 victorias, 4 derrotas, y 5 de esas victorias por la vía del knockout. Representing his hometown of Dallas, Texas, USA, Manuel Rey Rojas. And with the final instructions, your referee in charge, Ángel Méndez, con las indicaciones finales. 6 rounds, 6 asaltos.
Thank you.
As we begin the second bout of the afternoon, Manuel Rey Rojas versus Jorge Luis Alvarez.
Yeah, this is our fourth fighter coming from Tepic, Nayarit.
They got a free fare round trip bus route.
Parece, it looks like it.
As Rojas opens up the round, being the aggressor, recently coming off a very good win against 15-6 Noel Echeverria, and prior to that, he lost a good contested fight against prospect Felix Verdejo. I believe that was on ESPN.
Good pressure by Rojas right now. No answer really from Alvarez.
Nice waist movement.
Yeah, good head movement from Rojas. You know, good pressure. You know, typical, not typical, but pretty much the style of, you know, of a Texas fighter, man. You know, you guys remember Juan Diaz coming forward, strong, moving, and that's the kind of style that Manuel Rey Rojas is demonstrating here. Good shots to the body there.
Yeah, one note I want to have on Rojas is the fact that he's not just walking forward. He's coming forward, but he has that waist movement along with it, which a lot of fighters seem to forget. They just want to
nice good hook.
They focus on doing just that, what Rojas just did, throwing the power punches, but they don't move their head.
Yeah, they don't move their head, and Rojas is doing that. If he continues to land shots like he just landed there, it's going to be a fast day for Rojas.
Yeah, Alvarado so far is on the back foot, but no real answer for Rojas' pressure.
Yeah, Alvarez fighting off the ropes here, not doing too much damage to Rojas. As we see a little bounce from Rojas.
Alvarez is on the back foot. He's going to have to land a big shot. He needs to earn Rojas' respect. He can't just keep, you know, moving around using the ring.
And he's taking some wicked body shots in that process.
And even though we say that, you know, it can't be easy for Alvarez to try to do something with the pressure that Rojas is putting on him. Intelligent pressure, too.
Yeah, very good intelligent pressure by Manuel Rey Rojas. Doing a very good job there, moving his head, sticking good shots. We see Rojas there sitting, but Alvarez not sitting, choosing not to sit down. What would you say about that, Dylan? What is your point of view on sitting in between rounds?
I think that's for Rojas. It's fine. You know, you did your work. You come back. You sit. You listen to your coaches. He's being an intelligent fighter right now. But for Alvarez, that's fine. Keep him standing because he needs to keep his legs awake, and he needs to move around more. He needs to react. He needs to be active.
Maybe not being so passive.
Yeah, not so
Alvarez.
passive.
So this is Manuel Rey Rojas. 3 weeks ago, he just fought. He just won the USBO title. Lightweight title, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm enjoying these shots thrown by Rojas here, landing those hard shots to the head of Alvarez.
There was hook after hook
after hook. Yeah, he seemed like a Pez dispenser, did Alvarez. As Rojas continues to throw. And let's touch back on it that he just fought 3 weeks ago. He fought and he won 3 weeks ago. And here he is fighting today across the United States all the way to Mexico, Tijuana, Mexico.
Yeah, what does that mean? What does it mean to fight 2 times in the 3 week, that short of a period?
Whoa! And a hard right hand by Rojas.
He's out.
Puts Alvarez down, and it does not seem like he's gonna get up. The
yeah, he's not getting
waves it off immediately.
That's what it means.
And we hope.
Yeah, that's what it means.
That's what it means.
We hope that Alvarez is okay. That was a very hard shot. He's being attended to by the corners and the medics. And to answer your question, Gerardo, what I think it means is that Rojas means business. He's trying to put himself again in a good fight. You know, he had a tough outing against Verdejo. He lost a decision. It wasn't a very tough outing, but maybe he got a little bit outworked. I do recall seeing the fight. Rojas was in it. He was doing well. Verdejo took over at one point. Got the unanimous decision, did Verdejo. But he comes out here putting two wins, 2 solid wins, especially with this one. This was a hard knockout.
I'm reading between the lines as well that he didn't get damage or injured. He didn't get any damage, important damage done within those fights. So that to me makes sense that a fighter can fight that frequently because he comes out clean within each of that encounters.
Yeah, including this one. I mean, he came out clean. So shoot, we might see him fight next week. The way this guy is, I don't doubt it.
Yeah, and mentioning the head movement that Dylan stated when that first round occurred is that Manuel Rojas moves his head. He evades shots. He's not just pressuring you. He's defending as well, which is hard to do, ladies and gentlemen. It's hard to come forward and to evade shots and land your own shots. And he landed a hard right hand to the chin of Alvarez. As we see Alvarez get up, you hear the crowd clapping for the fact that Alvarez is up and moving.
Yeah, that's right, Chris. I mean, you have to give it up for Alvarez, and Rojas is right there, cheering him on as well, because anybody that steps inside that ring deserves respect.
Absolutely.
You know, you and I as fighters know what the risks are when we get in there.
Yeah, props to Alvarez. You know, he's up, he's good. Didn't present much of a matchup for Rojas today, but props to him. Like you said, every man that gets up there, every person. This is also a woman's sport.
Yeah.
Don't be insensitive, Dylan.
Hey, we got Jackie Nava from Tijuana, man. You can't forget about the women here in boxing.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you see them. If at one point during the telecast they pan out of the ring, you have world champions from Tijuana, Eric Morales. You have Jackie Nava.
Kenya Enriquez.
She's not. I don't see her on the ring apron, but that's one of them right now. She's a world champion, WBC flyweight champion, I believe, or light flyweight champion. Somebody's going to be mad at me for not knowing that. But anyways, that's one of our champions here. And I say one of our because I consider myself right here on this side of the border. as well.
Damas y caballeros, este combate concluye con un tiempo de 1 minuto 23 segundos en el segundo asalto. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout comes to an end officially with a time of 1 minute 23 seconds in round number 2. Declaring your winner by the way of KO victory. Su vencedor por la vía del knockout. From Dallas, Texas, USA, Manuel Rey Rojas.
All right, I'm here with the winner. Estoy aquí con el ganador, Manuel Rey Rojas. Manuel, ¿qué viste temprano en la pelea que te llevó a este knockout tan fulminante? Did you see something special within the first round that you noticed that you could get an opportunity of an opening like that in order to get this huge knockout win?
Well, in the first round, I was landing some good shots, and he didn't go down with those. So after that, I wasn't really looking for the knockout, just to keep on landing good shots.
Desde el primer round me di cuenta que lo podía conectar con buenos golpes, pero vi que no lo dañé, entonces simplemente mantuve mi estrategia para poder seguir conectando. Brother, you just fought 3 weeks ago. Apenas acabas de pelear muy recientemente. You're an active fighter. Eres un peleador bastante activo. ¿Qué sigue para ti? ¿Vas a pelear la siguiente semana o qué onda? Are you fighting next week or what?
Now, well, the plan is to get something here within the next month or 2 months. Really just trying to stay active right now, reaching the peak of my career, so I'm trying to get as many fights as I can in right now.
Pues quiero mantenerme activo, estoy apenas llegando al pico de mi carrera, entonces yo quiero la mayor cantidad de peleas que puedo tener hasta ahorita. Felicidades, carnal, muchísimas felicidades. Congratulations, your winner, Manuel Rey Rojas.
Congratulations to Manuel Rey Rojas. Like we mentioned, he's probably going to fight next month, you know. He's staying active, which is good for a young fighter to be doing.
He told me he's fighting at the bar after this.
I don't doubt it, man.
That's tough, man. You know, that's the life of a boxer, man, and that's what it is right there. You know, just consistent in his work. That work ethic. He said he wants to fight. I believe, what was it, a month or two? He said.
Yeah, in a month or two, he said.
Yeah, and that's dedication there to your craft of boxing, trying to keep active.
As we see Alfredo Diaz making his way towards the ring.
As they put a pause. We see Angel Rodriguez from Pico Rivera, California, 6-0, 3 knockouts. Dylan, take us through the tell of the tape.
Tell of the tape. Rodriguez, 8 years younger. He has the height advantage, but he does not have the reach advantage, which is interesting. So I expect Alfredo Diaz to be putting on the pressure and look for a knockout.
Damas y caballeros, Boristeca Boxing Promotions y Grito de Guerra Boxing presentan este encuentro pactado a 6 rounds en la división de peso ligero. 6 rounds of boxing in the lightweight division. Your 3 judges scoring this bout in ringside. Sus 3 jueces, Jesse Hernández, Sergio Lechuga y Max Zúñiga Lavandera. And your referee in charge of the action, su referee para este combate, Ángel Méndez. Introducing the fighter standing in the blue corner. He wears red with black and white. He officially weighs in 135 pounds. Presentando ustedes en la esquina azul, pantaloncillo color rojo con negro y blanco, con un peso de 135 libras. In 7 professional bouts, he stands with 4 victories against 3 defeats, and 4 of those victories coming by the fast way of knockout. Presenta un récord de 4 victorias, 3 derrotas, y 4 de esas victorias por la vía del cloroformo. De Tepic, Nayarit, Alfredo Diaz. And his opponent across the ring, standing in the red corner. He wears purple and white. He officially weighs in 141 pounds. Y su rival en la esquina roja, con pantaloncillo color morado con blanco, con un peso de 141 libras. In 6 professional bouts. He stands with a perfect record. 6 victories, no losses, and 3 of those victories coming by the fast way of knockout. Presenta un récord perfecto. 6 victorias, 0 derrotas, y 3 de esas victorias por la vía del knockout. Hailing out of Pico Rivera, California, USA. Introducing Ángel El Moreno Rodríguez.
5 to 6 seconds.
And now with the final instructions con las indicaciones finales. Su referee,
Caballeros,
Ángel
sigan las
Méndez.
instrucciones por en todo momento. Follow the
6
instructions, protect
rounds,
yourself, follow the
8
time.
asaltos.
Good luck, buena suerte, touch em up, toquen guantes. ¿Habla español? ¿Habla español?
As we
Okay.
begin the third bout of our pay-per-view telecast, I'd like to say that Alfredo Diaz is the first fighter who has an audience. There's very few people out here outdoors, but he's the first one to have a crowd.
Well, he has over 5,000 people over at the broadcast, so that to me proves, guys, that having a lot of followers on Instagram does help.
Yeah, it definitely does. People know who you are.
Right off the bat, we see Ángel Rodríguez trying to establish a jab. But Diaz trying to make it raw. You know something? Rodríguez looks much bigger than Diaz.
He's a big light. Being as young as he is, 20 years old, he could probably even go up to 2 more divisions up in weight.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and he gets shot there.
Left hook. Beautiful left hook.
4, 5, 6,
Oof.
7, 8. Come on. Seguimos.
And we'll see if Rodriguez will be able to get his legs under him. As Diaz landed a big shot, and he's hurt. He is hurt right now.
Rodriguez keeping that pressure on Diaz. This is where Rodriguez has to be smart, because even though he did drop Diaz, this is when, you know, fighters start throwing. Yeah, because they start throwing everything, you know? They're on survival mode. They're trying to knock you out right now. So you have to keep your distance, and you have to work them. Which is what Rodriguez is doing right now. He's staying calm, staying intelligent.
And landing powerful shots.
Stop. No punches. Stop.
And trying to get his 4th win by knockout here in Tijuana is Rodriguez.
Diaz right now is staying in front of Rodriguez, and I think if he's going to be standing there waiting, he needs to move around. He can't be stationary.
Yeah, definitely can't be stationary, as his legs seem to still be wobbly. Definitely the toughness is coming out of Alfredo Diaz, but it's not enough to keep Angel Rodriguez off of him.
Rodriguez right now looking real smart. To be honest, Chris, he did not have an extensive amateur background, but he's looking good in the pros.
Well, yeah, 6-0, 3 knockouts, and very close to getting his 4th knockout victory was Angel Rodriguez.
We're waiting for the replay in order to see the knockdown. And here we go, guys. Are you ready for this knockdown? Here we go. Quick.
We'll see it here again. And it was just a short hook but it was powerful enough to drop Diaz. And at first, it didn't seem as though Diaz was going to get up. He made the count. He survived the round. Rodriguez really did not put on too much pressure after. He did it smart, did Rodriguez. He moved his head. He hunted him down, but he was unable to get him out of there. Diaz did a very good job of surviving that. Rodriguez did a very good job of putting him down.
So far, good showcase by Rodriguez. This round we're going to see if Diaz can recover, because last round I don't think we saw much of anything from him. He got caught early on.
Yeah, he got caught early on, and he was in defense mode pretty much the whole round there. But credit that he got his legs under him, man.
Hey, Diaz could pull a Rafael and start dominating.
Yeah, get that, turn it around.
Yeah. But Rodriguez is doing a good job of keeping that jab in his face. You know, it doesn't let you set anything up. It keeps you thinking. Diaz right now is he looks like he's depending on power punches. Now he's starting to get a bit of waist movement. Ended a couple of shots there.
Rodriguez still very composed. He's very confident in this fight, as you can tell, guys, the size difference between both fighters. And Angel Rodriguez, as he turns southpaw, I'm not very sure if that is the right strategy, but who am I to judge, right? So
he's winning the fight.
He's winning the fight. So let him do that if he wants.
Yeah, for everybody back home, it looks like a mismatch. Rodriguez is a lot taller, but Diaz is the one that has the reach advantage in this fight.
And that was a good body shot landed by Rodriguez there.
Oh!
And he is completely out. The referee immediately waves it off. The eyes of Diaz rolled into the back of his head. Guys, we respect every fighter that steps into the ring.
Jesus
that was a
Christ.
solid shot landed by Angel Rodriguez.
Rodriguez taking a knee out of respect for Diaz.
Yeah, props to him.
And that was a very hard shot.
That was a
landed
monster
on Diaz.
shot right there.
That might have been the highlight of the year for knockouts, because that was very brutal. The fact that there's no audience and there's a limited amount of people in the vicinity. We heard the shot hard. We heard people scream. But man, oh goodness.
I heard it, man. I felt that, bro.
I think I felt it as well too, man.
I felt it too.
Oof.
And we just hope that Alfredo Diaz is okay.
Like we mentioned, we have the paramedics right here on scene. They're taking a look at him right now. Tell you what, my heart rate's coming down right now from that punch. I'm recovering too.
Ooh.
That's a clip you'll see on YouTube. That stuff is going viral.
And Angel Rodriguez has a highlight for the rest of his life with that shot that he put Alfredo Diaz with. For the rest of his life, he has that highlight. It was a very good shot landed. Did he start off the fight southpaw? He did not.
He did not.
He was
He did not.
switching.
He was switching.
So this time, I believe it was you, Gerardo, that asked the question, is it a benefit to him? So that time, it definitely did benefit him. He did it. He did his work. You know, he landed a good shot. Has everybody here in awe. And now, the truth be told, all in concern also for Alfredo Diaz. We hope he's okay. Yeah, we want to see a hard action fight, brutality, but man, I feel for him. That was a hard shot landed on Diaz.
You know this. You know that old saying, right, guys? You don't play boxing.
Yeah, you really don't.
You absolutely don't play boxing, as we still don't see Diaz with any movement. Okay, and here we go. He puts up his hands and he sits up as the crowd gives him a round of applause for the bravery that he's showing to even step into the ring. Undefeated fighter, Angel Rodriguez. And now we see him standing, Alfredo Diaz.
Good sportsmanship by Rodriguez. And that's important in the sport, you know,
At the end of the day, it's a sport. We don't do this for other than sport. You know, it's very rare when two guys dislike each other, but even though once they get in there, they brawl it out. What do you see afterwards? You see
squash,
them,
man.
Yeah, you see them hugging it out, congratulating one another. Guys, it's a sport. Luckily, Alfredo Diaz is good. We take it to
We have
Pablo
the official
Flores.
time, 1 minute and 33 seconds in round number 2. Tenemos el tiempo oficial, 1 minuto 33 segundos en el segundo asalto. Declaring your winner by the way of KO victory. Su vencedor por la vía del knockout, Pico Rivera, California. El Moreno, Ángel Rodríguez.
Okay, I'm here with the winner. Estoy aquí con el ganador, Ángel Moreno Rodríguez. Tell me what you saw. Dime qué es lo que viste que te llevó a este knockout. What you saw that led to this huge knockout victory for you.
No, pues primero quiero decir que es un peleador bien fuerte. No es un peleador que you know, él sabe lo que está haciendo, está muy fuerte.
He's a strong fighter. He's a strong, solid fighter. He knows what he's doing.
Pero lo que vi, nomás estaba escuchando mi coach que me estaba diciendo que le daba el número 2 al cuerpo y le di uno. Yo vi cómo se reaccionó.
My coaches were telling me to throw to the body, and I saw the way that he reacted.
Y cuando hice un feint al cuerpo, yo sabía que se iba a cubrir el cuerpo y vine atrás y arriba.
Entonces tiré la finta al cuerpo para que pudiera encorvarse y entonces poder tirar ese enorme golpe que tiré. Ángel El Moreno Rodríguez, vemos que tienes muchos fans el día de hoy. A lot of fans for you tonight. Anything you'd like to say in order to finish this day for you?
No, pues gracias a todos, pues mi familia que vino, los amigos que vinieron a apoyarme acá en México, en Tijuana. Vamos a seguirle dando y to the top we go, baby, let's go.
There you go. Your winner, ladies and gentlemen, Ángel Moreno Rodríguez.
As we see here, the tale of the tape, Brennan Macias versus Carlos Lopez.
Yeah, on paper, it looks like a pretty even fight. You know, you have Brennan Macias coming from Arizona, 7-0 with 5 KOs. Then we have Carlos Lopez, 12-0 with 4 KOs. So the knockout percentage is there for Brennan Macias. This was going to be a tough one to score, I predict. I believe this one's going to be competitive. It's going to be smart.
you have two undefeated fighters, and this is kind of what I was excited about at the beginning of the telecast. You know, you have two undefeated fighters fighting for a WBC World Youth Bantamweight title. It's 8 rounds. It sets you up for future good fights. You know, it definitely looks good on your record, you know, fighting for a WBC World Youth belt. These two young men, you know, two undefeated fighters. The hardest thing to go is your O. As we see Brennan Macias enter the ring from Goodyear, Arizona. Nothing to do with Goodyear tires, I believe. As we take it to Pablo Flores for the official announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, Boristeca Boxing Promotions in association with Grito de Guerra Boxing are proud to present your co-main event of the evening. 8 rounds of boxing for the Youth WBC Bantamweight Championship. Damas y caballeros, este es su combate coestelar de esta tarde. 8 rounds por el Campeonato Mundial Juvenil de Peso Gallo del CMB. Sanctioned by the WBC, sancionado por el CMB, President Mauricio Sulaimán. Supervisor in attendance, el supervisor en turno, Jesús González. Your 3 judges scoring this bout in ringside. Sus 3 jueces, Jesse Hernández, Sergio Lechuga y el internacional Alejandro Rochín Mápula. And your referee in charge of the action, su referee para este combate de Puerto Rico, Ángel Méndez. Introducing to you first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. He wears black with white. He officially weighs in 118 pounds. Presentando ustedes en la esquina azul, con pantaloncillo color negro con blanco, con un peso de 118 libras. In 14 professional bouts, he stands with a record of 12 victories, no losses, and 2 draws, and 4 of those victories coming by the fast way of knockout. Presenta un récord de 14 victorias, 12 victorias, 0 derrotas, 2 empates y 4 de esas victorias por la vía del knockout. Representando a su natal Tepic, Nayarit, México, Carlos El Mini López. And introducing his opponent in the red corner. He wears white with red and gray. He officially weighs in 117 pounds. Y su rival en la esquina roja, vistiendo pantaloncillo y color blanco con gris y rojo, con un peso de 117 libras. In 9 professional bouts, he stands with 7 victories, no losses, 2 draws, and 5 of those victories coming by the fast way of knockout. Presenta un récord de 7 victorias, 0 derrotas, 2 empates y 5 de esas victorias por la vía del knockout. He's promoted by Mikey Garcia, hailing out of Goodyear, Arizona, USA. Brennan Reese Macias.
So right now we are waiting on
And now with the final instructions, your referee from Puerto Rico,
as
su
I'm
referee
sure he was eating
a cargo
some
de este combate,
tacos
Ángel
in the
Méndez.
truck right outside.
8 rounds, 8
Is there tacos
saltos.
on the truck? That's a good. That's
That's
good
always
news.
it's always good news when you have
Gentlemen,
when
you've
you
been
have
given the instructions
tacos
at the
in
dressing
the
room.
truck.
Protect yourself at all times.
So
Obey my
props to
commands at all
Ángel.
times.
Definitely needed that taco break as he's reffed every fight this afternoon. This is the 8th bout of the afternoon, and he's reffed every single one. So
He earned them
well,
tacos, man.
well-deserved break that he just got.
Oh man, we're about to get the fight started.
Oh,
You
yeah.
guys, I'm excited for
I'm
this
excited as well. So we got a chance to speak with Carlos Lopez from Nayarit. And Carlos Mini Lopez was saying to us before the start of the event that he's your typical, not so typical Mexican fighter that is throwing a lot of punches, always going forward. I don't care if I get hit, I will throw more punches.
And he shows it there, landing a hard left hook on Macias.
Walking the walk.
Walking the walk, exactly.
Yeah, right off the bat, coming up with that pressure. Fast-paced pressure, too.
And he's doing a good job of defending, like we saw Manuel Rey Rojas do it earlier in this broadcast. Oh, but that was a sharp left hand by Macias. And Macias also here to fight as he's coming forward, throwing strong shots.
Nice combination. Hook to the body, then comes up with the uppercut.
With the same hand, beautiful shot, and a good jab landed by Lopez. And a good right hand left hook, partially blocked by Macias.
Mini's coming in with pressure, and he's blocking as well.
And he's throwing good shots.
They exchange body
And the
shots.
few people that there is here in this venue are on their feet, riled up. Good body shot there. And it seems as though Lopez is getting the better of the exchanges on Macias. Macias is trying to come forward.
Hey, this is what we expected. This is why everybody here was excited for this fight.
Yeah, two undefeated fighters fighting for a WBC Youth Bantamweight title. And good head movement there by Macias. Not discouraging Lopez one bit, continuing to throw combinations.
Yeah, and with bantamweights, they can keep throwing like this throughout the whole fight. Good jab to the body by Mini.
Misses with the overhand right.
And in the fighter meetings,
nice left hook.
Good check.
In the fighter meetings, Lopez had a record of 90-10 in his amateur career, as we see blood on the face of Macias in the very first round. And that's starting to look more believable now. 90-10 amateur boxing record.
Yeah, you know what? Right off the bat, it looks like this is the fight that Lopez wants. I mean, he told us he was going to come forward. He was going to make it ugly, you know. He's going to put on pressure like he's doing right now.
I don't think he said, wow, what a body shot and uppercut by Lopez.
Overhand right as well, Chris.
And what a fantastic round to start the co-main event by Lopez. Brennan Macias is going to have to do a little bit of adjusting in the second round and to go forward with the rest of this fight.
And even that I'm excited to see because, you know, they're both undefeated, and you've stated before the hardest thing to go is that O. So what changes are they going to make? Can he make the adjustments needed to deal with Mini Lopez?
Yeah, it's going to be tough, man, because Carlos Lopez was throwing good shots, man. He was throwing fire. As we can see this exchange here brought to you guys by Best in Boxing. Break it down for us, Dylan.
I mean, here we see Lopez coming forward with that pressure that we were congratulating him for. Intelligent, moving his waist.
And Macias fighting back aggressively.
Look forward on Macias to throw more jabs and right hands, trying to fight a little bit longer than the previous round.
And a good overhand right by Lopez. And he has a cheering section, does Lopez here.
Wants 1-2 combination, blocked.
And trying to come back into this fight, trying to dictate.
And good body shots thrown by Lopez, taken well by Macias, as he tries to fire back with a hard uppercut and slightly missing. And a hard left hook by Lopez.
Guys, I'm loving that combination. Left hook to the body, then going back with the same hand to the head. Reminds me of Iron Mike Tyson.
Ooh.
Give him the Mike Tyson.
These hooks are coming in by Lopez.
And it seems to have buzzed Lopez for a little bit, that little uppercut that Macias threw a few moments ago.
Good left hook by B-Fly.
And good exchange
Macias.
by both fighters. And there he goes, Macias landing on the top of the head of Lopez once again, getting his attention.
Ooh, good exchange
and a
right
good
there.
body shot by Lopez. Macias takes it well, continues to walk his opponent down.
Nice right hand.
And Lopez initiates a clinch. Macias gives him a couple hits on the noggin with his right loose hand.
Macias starting to be the one putting on the pressure.
Yeah, it may have been that Lopez blew his wad in that first round, because he was landing the better shots in the first round, as we see Macias taking the initiative in the second round and landing harder shots, moving his head.
Yeah, I think you're right, Chris. And this is an 8-round fight. You have to distribute your fuel, your energy intelligently.
Yeah, you have to be a smart fighter. This is not a sprint. It's more of a marathon, as Macias gets warned here.
Yeah, Mini Lopez's the corner has been complaining about rabbit punches to the back of the head of Mini Lopez.
Yes and no, because Lopez is the one putting his head down. Macias is simply throwing. He's doing his work. Lopez should be the one to be keeping his head erect.
Right.
That didn't sound right, Dylan. And I see this.
For you, it sounded just about right.
It sounded just about right.
It felt a little awkward from my side.
Yeah.
Apologize to the audience.
No apologies from Dylan El Rey Miranda, though. As we see a little bit of the action, Macias keeping his opponent against the ropes.
And even though Lopez is against the rope, he's working.
He's working, but I see Macias landing the better shots in this case. After 2 rounds, we go to our unofficial scorekeeper. Gerardo, how do you have the first 2
I
rounds?
have 1 round apiece in this fight. I think that B-Fly weathered the storm on round number 1, and on the second one did more body punches, connected more, and I'm giving a round apiece this far, all even.
Yeah, and starting off this round, Macias coming in with those hard jabs. Those are the jabs that I want to see him throw, man.
And in the first round, he came out strong, did Lopez. But this round, he's on his back foot, as Macias has taken the initiative and brought the fight to Lopez.
Yeah, Macias is saying, all right, you want to fight on the inside, let's go.
But I think the inside fight favors Lopez instead of Macias.
And a good shot by Lopez. I think we agree to disagree there, because I see Macias landing the better shots on the inside in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, Macias
even though this
now,
round is not over.
Yeah, Macias now is coming in with the harder shots.
On the inside.
Yeah, the first round on the inside of it was Lopez, but Macias picked him up, man.
And there he goes, landing a combination to the body and to the head. partially blocked hook thrown by Lopez. Macias coming back strong.
And Macias is throwing those hard punches, man. Now Lopez is trying to answer, but the punches that he's throwing right now,
ooh, nice right hand,
just aren't the same.
Yeah, there's a different level of power in the shots that Macias is throwing than Lopez.
You see some, I believe, anger from B-Fly since the first round.
Yeah, it's an aggressive style that he's imposing.
And this is what you've mentioned. They're both undefeated, man. B-Fly saw the possibility maybe of losing that O, and he said, "Nah."
And so is Lopez right now. Even though he's getting, kind of the worst end of it in this round, he's still fighting back, landing a good shot right now. Did he on Macias and a hard body shot on Macias. And I cringe because those sound like they hurt.
And you can say that Robert Garcia's signature. No, remember that Macias is currently promoted by Mickey Garcia, and you can see that Robert Garcia signature going to the head and going to the body. Fully committed B-Fly on the inside fight. Nice.
And those are strong shots by Lopez, evaded by Macias. And what a good way to close that third round as we head into the fourth.
Yeah, and like you said, Brendan Macias is promoted by Mikey Garcia. You can see why.
You can see why.
You can definitely see why.
Yeah, he's very well schooled, throws good shots, has good movement, has a good boxing style, boxer puncher style.
Yeah, Macias is he definitely picked up the pace from the first round, and he's starting to take over. Now Lopez, this is the fourth round. I want to see him more active in this round. The last two rounds, I feel like
he's dropping off a little bit.
Yeah, he needs to get back into this.
Yeah, but you have to give credit to Macias, who's making him.
Oh yeah, definitely. You can't take that away from Macias. It's no easy task. Good overhand right by
start the round by Lopez. Macias takes it well, walks forward again.
I get the sense that Lopez is not punching as hard as he could on the first round. Perhaps his tank is emptying as we enter the round number 4.
You know what? Both these fighters are come-forward fighters trying to hurt you. And right now, the guy that's walking forward is B-Fly. I don't know if Carlos Lopez is that effective on the back foot. He's a walk-forward type of fighter. They're both going to have to fight to dictate.
Yeah, and Lopez said he wanted to come forward, but...
Oh, good combination by Lopez.
But Macias is making him work, guys. Macias is the one charging forward. And like you said, Lopez is not used to fighting on his back foot, and Macias is making him fight on his back foot. Even though Lopez is responding.
Nice double trap.
And maybe even winning this round so far because of the lack of activity by Macias.
Yeah, and you know what they're doing is they're standing in the middle of the ring exchanging. You know, Lopez is not walking back that much, except for right now, you know, he does his damage and moves.
I think this is Macias' way of the rope-a-dope. He's having his opponent punch himself out, as we saw in the previous 2 rounds that Lopez seemed to be punching out. He weathers the last storm that Carlos Lopez throws, and now he's walking him down. We'll see how he finishes this round. We got 1 minute left.
Good body shots by Macias.
And there he goes.
Again.
And Lopez continuing to pop shot. He still hasn't showed
Ooh, good uppercut. Oh, and another uppercut.
And good combination there.
And he's doing damage.
And he is doing damage this round, but here comes Macias throwing to the body. Oh, Macias is definitely taking this round off. As Lopez is pop-shotting it and showing maybe a little bit of burst of energy to close the round.
Good exchanges on the inside, man. This is... Woo!
And a good way to close the round. Lopez lands a hard right hand to the dome of Macias as they close it.
I'm happy, man. I'm happy. This is what I thought was gonna happen, man.
Yeah. So we were all three of us were excited about our co-main event. It's not disappointing so far. We're halfway through. Gerardo, how do you have it? I'm gonna tell you how I have it right after this.
I don't want to say. This is it's a very tough fight to score. Being such a back and forth fight, a lot of exchanges in the middle of the ring. You know, I like the fact that Lopez came back with his combination to the body, then the uppercut to the head. I'm having this fight level, 2 rounds apiece for Billy Macias and Mini Lopez, all even.
That's exactly how I had it.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to tell everybody as well. I peeked over at your scorecard, and I want to say that I agree with you, man. This is a good bout. This is a good bout.
I'm going to take that as a compliment.
Good jab starting off from Macias.
And the crowd is in the favor of Lopez. As we see Macias maybe coming out a little bit stronger than he did in the last round.
Those jabs, when he throws them, man, he throws them hard, and that's what I wanted to see from him. Good combination.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds of boxing in accordance to the WBC rules, we have the preliminary scorecards. Judge A scores it 40-36. Judge B 38-38, and Judge C 39-37. All 2 in favor de Lopez.
All right, guys. I don't know, fight fans, if you heard that already, but if we have an open scorecard system for this middle part of the fight, and I've misheard the first judge. If you guys have it, 40-36, then 38 apiece, then 39-37. Both split decision this far in favor of Carlos Mini Lopez. Chris, do you agree with that?
So I actually had it like you had it, Gerardo. I don't see the 40-36 for Lopez at all. I thought Macias did a very good job. Technically, Macias could still win this fight on 2 judges' scorecards and can get a draw on the 3rd judge's scorecard that has it 40-36 for Lopez.
Hey guys, as a pro boxers, what do you think that do for a fighter's mentality that you heard the score and you heard that perhaps you're not winning the fight, what it does to you inside that ring?
You know, for Macias, that might benefit him hearing that he's losing, because that makes you pick up the pace. You say, hey, I don't want to lose. I want that belt.
And
you know,
he can still win. You're correct. He can still win in 2 judges' scorecards. Can get a draw in the 3rd one, but I really don't see that 40-36 for Lopez.
No, and all due respect for that judge, but I think he's watching another fight.
Yeah, and now for Lopez hearing that score, I mean, that just gives you confidence. You know, like, I'm winning. It could benefit both of them.
Ooh. And Macias with a good comeback round in that 5th round. Very good action fight.
Hey, regardless of who the judges are scoring to win right now, I think everybody here and everybody back home is winning. This is what we expected, man.
We're all winning with such a good event, man. So far, you know, the prelims were good. The preliminary fights were very good. We had a knockout of the year candidate right there.
Oh yeah, for sure.
By Angel Rodriguez, and we get this fun fight here, man. It's back and forth as we go to the replay, and we see a good little exchange from both fighters. Lopez landing that overhand right. Macias returning strong. And the limited crowd that we have here in support of Carlos Mini Lopez.
It doesn't seem like a limited crowd, Chris. No. They are very in this fight.
And good exchange of body shots from both fighters. And here comes Lopez.
Good combination by Macias, too. You see Lopez punch down when B-Fly is throwing. That's why he keeps getting hit in the back of the head.
Not much complaining from Lopez, though. But yeah, but you're right. He keeps dipping that head.
And it's the corner that keeps yelling out.
Good uppercut landed by Lopez. And Lopez did a good job of landing shots on the inside on Macias. Macias seems to take a little bit of a step back as Lopez landing the better shots in this exchange.
What Lopez is doing is he comes in, he throws he exchanges with Macias, and then he steps back.
Doing a good job of punching, then boxing.
Yeah. I think Macias is very focused on hurting Lopez, on dictating.
Maybe a little bit too focused.
Yeah,
on
a little
that
bit too much.
And not letting his shots go as he should. But maybe also fatigue could be playing a big part.
Good
and Lopez lands a hard
Lopez.
left hook to the head of Macias. And it seems as though Lopez is turning the tide on this fight. And Macias coming forward strong. But taking the worst and another overhand right by Lopez lands on the chin of Macias. Macias taking it well.
Nice. Good triple jab by Lopez. Oh, and you see the lateral movement by Lopez.
Good movement by Lopez, but Macias as well to duck under that hard hook that Lopez threw.
That's the thing with this close type of events, because you got to see someone in the within the very, very small crowd here yelling lateral to Lopez as he did that. So that's the thing. Fighters can hear you. Referees can hear you. Everything that the crowd is saying. So
yeah, so you have extra coaches, I guess you could say, right, Gerardo?
Yeah. Not everybody is very good, though.
Yeah, you take it for what it is. As a fighter, you try to just listen to your corner, but sometimes the shots from the crowd get in here, like you said, with no audience. You know, we hear them. We hear the people out here.
Now, Lopez is looking phenomenal. Like this is great. Phenomenal. I'm sorry about that. Now, Macias is doing a good job, man, but what I would like to see Macias do is take a little step back the way that Lopez is doing it.
As we see a replay here, and you see the good exchange from both fighters, and that little check hook that Lopez continues.
The inside game right now, I believe, is going to Lopez because he lands those hard punches and then he moves, which is what I would like to see Macias do. Land those hard punches and move. Don't stand there.
At one point in the fight, Macias was doing the better work on the inside. But now Lopez turned the tide, landing the better shots, maybe winning the fight now. And a good show of aggression from both fighters, controlled aggression.
And hearing the scores from the judges, they had to give a confidence boost to Lopez. Now, Macias, it seems like, the fire's on his ass now. Like he has to turn it up a notch.
Yeah, as a fighter, you hearing that you're down, definitely kind of light that fire under your ass, like you said.
Right, but you have to be smart, and I think Macias right now might be too tunnel visioned on hurting Lopez.
You're correct, because he's not really putting his punches together as much as Lopez is right now.
Or head movement, Chris. Or lateral movement. Jumping in, jumping out. But they're doing a good job at exchanging those combinations.
And again, Lopez seems to get the better end of these exchanges on the inside.
Good double jab by Lopez.
I'm liking how Lopez is doing what his corner is telling him to do. He's telling them sidestep, then he does. They're telling them throw the jab, then he does. So props to him for really listening to his corner and practicing what they are asking for him to do.
Yeah, and you know what? And he's doing that real smart, because he's not just running through the ring. He's throwing that jab. He's attacking Macias, but he's not staying stationary, which is what I want to see Macias do.
Yeah, he's doing a very good job of punching, moving, is Lopez.
We're here to hit and not get hit.
Yes.
And that's what Lopez is doing right now.
And it's funny to hear the small crowd cheering for the fact that he's doing that. They're calling for it, and he's doing it. And a good body shot landed there by Macias.
Stop, no punches. Stop.
Forces a little bit of pause from Lopez.
Lopez
good jab work.
Excuse me, guys. Lopez corner asking him to score points. So you can tell that they are feeling very comfortable, very confident as they heard judges' prelim scorecard.
Yeah, because he's moving around and he's keeping that jab out there. Points.
You know what? I think he is scoring them. I think he won this round.
I would give him this round to him. Oof. But Macias is not out, man.
Oh, no.
No, he's not out, man. But considering you heard the judges' scorecards, you're losing on 2 cards, tied on 1 after 4 rounds. The 5th, 6th, and 7th are close. Dylan, what do you tell your fighter in that situation?
Right now in Macias' corner, I would tell him the truth. Hey, you know what? We're behind the scorecards. You need to go out there and you need to knock this dude out. They both have knockout power, man.
As we see the replay here, we see Lopez winning the round, the way he won the round, just throwing those combination punches.
And you see Macias standing tall. He needs to sit down on those punches, Chris. Put power into those punches.
He needs a knockdown at the very least to put some disparity between him and Lopez. But Lopez continues to do the same that he's been doing, just moving, punching, moving. Oh, and a solid right, overhand right, landed on the head of Macias by Lopez. And the continued movement as Macias tries to attack the body, tries to freeze his opponent.
Yeah, but you know what? Macias right now, I think he got tunnel vision. He knows he needs to go for a knockout, and he's chasing him. He needs to start closing off the ring, put him in the corner, and land those hard shots.
Stop.
Guys, if you were on Lopez's corner, would you tell him to get on his bike? or not in order to go home with the W?
I would tell him to keep doing what he's doing right now. He's been doing a great job in the past couple of rounds of moving, but keeping active.
And good effort by Lopez. Even though he seems to us a bit weary, a bit tired, he continues to throw combinations, trying to keep Macias off of him. Macias doing a great job as well, knowing that he's behind and trying to finish this fight, which is, from our impression, the only way he's going to win this fight.
Yeah, Macias right now is throwing multiple punches. He's throwing combos, but he's standing tall. And by standing tall, I mean he needs to sit down and put power into those punches.
Yeah, he needs to sit on his legs and just fire away.
1 minute to see who wins the title. And still, up to the very last minute, we get to see a lot of action in this fight.
And Macias fighting.
Yeah, Macias isn't going down easy. You hear the crowd getting into it, man. And they're meeting in the middle of the ring and going back and forth.
As we get just under 30 seconds.
Ooh, good left
Both
hook by
fighters
Lopez.
do not want to lose. Neither one giving an inch. As we close on the last 10 seconds, Macias putting on the pressure. Lopez doing what he did best, and that's box. And what a close to a great co-main event. Brennan Macias versus Carlos Lopez. Guys, very, very good fight. Definitely got our money's worth. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad I got to see it in person, hear the thudding shots by both fighters, the exciting style that Lopez carries, the toughness of Macias to grind it out as much as he could. As we get a replay of the last 10 seconds of the fight, they close it out the way they started, banging. And as always, they show respect to each other. You saw it there. You can see it now. They gave each other a handshake, salute each other's corner. True gentlemen in the ring. Now, Gerardo, give us your scorecard.
75-77 for Carlos Mini Lopez. I don't know if it's going to serve, if anything, being able to hear the prelim, but that's my score. And you know what, guys? I'm asking for a rematch. Hopefully, we'll get to see one.
5 rounds to 3. I mean, that's as close as you can win it in a 8-round bout.
To me, it could go either way. Either way.
Okay. I have to disagree with you there. I think Lopez definitely did enough work to take the win home and take the belt home.
And that's why we have judges. See, in this case, it would be a split decision because I agree with Dylan El Rey Miranda. I think Lopez did enough to win the bout. I believe, and you scored it as well. I'm sorry. So it's a unanimous decision. You scored it as well, Gerardo, for Lopez. So we all score it for Lopez. But the final say-so goes to the judges.
And you know what? I wouldn't mind seeing this fight again.
Yeah, definitely. Whatever happens, whatever the outcome, we see a rematch as we get the official
después de
decision
8
from
rounds de
Pablo
combate,
Flores.
nos vamos con las tarjetas de los jueces. Ladies and gentlemen, after 8 rounds of boxing, we now go to the judges' scorecards. But before we go Please, a big round of applause for these two warriors. Un gran aplauso para estos dos guerreros Macías y el Mini López por este gran combate. Judge, el juez, Sergio Lechuga, he scores it 78-74. 78-74. Alejandro Rochín Mápula, he scores it 77-75. 77-75. And Jesse Hernandez, he turned in scorecards of 78-74. 78-74. For your winner, by the way, of unanimous decision. Su vencedor por la vía de la decisión unánime. And he's the new WBC Youth Bantamweight Champion of the World, el nuevo campeón mundial juvenil peso gallo del CMB. Puritito Nayarit. Tepic Nayarit. Carlos, el Mini López. Y también fuerte reconocimiento para su rival. Big round of applause for his opponent from Goodyear, Arizona, Brennan Macías.
Qué lindo es Tepic y todo Nayarit. Qué lindo es mi Santiago, lugar donde nací. Que me dice el Islán, acá Poneta y Ruiz. De Cuala orgullosa.
Háblale al rival, por favor, que suba.
Sí.
Háblale al rival.
Necesito la entrevista primero.
Pero primero que suba al rival. Dile al rival.
¿Cuál rival? ¿A quién? Si le puedes hablar al rival, a Bifla.
Brennan, we're looking for Brennan Macías, please, to come to the ring. Brennan Macías to the ring, please. B-Fly.
Okay, I'm here with the winner. El nuevo campeón. Mini López. Hablamos contigo antes de empezar este evento, ¿no? Dijiste, yo traigo todo, puedo traer toda la estrategia, puedo pelear adentro, puedo pelear afuera. I can adjust my strategy, I can fight inside, I can fight long. ¿Cómo te sientes después de estos 8 rounds de pura acción? How do you feel after these 8 rounds of all action?
No, pues, primero que nada, agradecer a que nos dieron la oportunidad de pelear por el título mundial juvenil. Y yo dije que venía con todo y aquí estamos, bien emocionados, bien orgullosos, porque de aquí para el Real, el Mini López va a sonar.
I appreciate the opportunity. And it's all from the top. From here. Okay, déjame preguntarte sobre esos intercambios de golpes en el inside. Those exchange of punches within the inside. It was a high action round. ¿Qué veías cuando estabas golpeando desde adentro? ¿Qué veías con esos intercambios?
No, pues estaba viendo que estábamos haciendo daño. Sabemos que Brennan Macías es un buen peleador y pues como les dije, yo peleo a corta, media, larga, como quieran y aquí estamos, mire.
I know I was hurting him and like I said, I can fight the distance, I can fight on the inside. El campeón, Carlos Mini López.
And Gerardo, as we see in this recap, Macias coming forward, trying to put damage on Lopez, and Lopez being intelligent, moving around in the ring, but staying active. Even though he was moving around, he kept the punches in Macias' face. Good job to both fighters. Like we mentioned, I wouldn't mind seeing this fight again. We see those jabs from Lopez. And just a good back and forth, man. It was competitive throughout the whole fight.
Yeah, this is the type of fight that fans like to see. A lot of exchange, a lot of punches, inside fighting, in the middle of the ring. It's beautiful. I'm crossing my fingers in order to get a rematch.
Yeah, and that was some good head movement by Lopez, managing to roll under a couple of Macias's hooks.
And here we see the tail of the tape for our main event of the afternoon, the evening now, turning into the evening. Kevin Torres versus Jose Pipino Cuevas. Dylan, go ahead and take us through the tail of the tape.
Tail of the tape, Kevin Torres is 23, Cuevas 21. Their height is, you don't see an advantage in the height, but the reach is given to Kevin Torres. Both these guys are knockout artists. This is an 8-round fight, but I would not bet my money on it going the distance.
Considering they both have a very good KO percentage. 13 knockouts for Kevin Torres out of 16 wins and 11 for Cuevas out of 13 wins. As we see Jose Pipino Cuevas of Tijuana making his way to the ring. As we see Kevin Torres making his way to the ring. Kevin Diamond Boy Torres fighting out of San Diego, making from way of Bellingham, Washington. Training out of the House of Boxing in San Diego, California. Previous fighters coming out of House of Boxing that made good contentions, close to world titles.
Caballeros, Boristeca Boxing Promotions y Grito de Guerra Boxing presentan el combate estelar de esta tarde. Está pactado a 8 rounds en la división de peso super ligero. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your main event of the evening. Set for 8 rounds of boxing in the super lightweight division. Your 3 judges scoring this bout in ringside. Sus 3 jueces, Jesse Hernández, Sergio Lechuga y Alejandro Rochín Mápula. And when the action begins, su referee para este combate de la Isla del Encanto, Puerto Rico, Ángel Méndez. Ahora bien, amigos aficionados que nos siguen a través de la señal de BIB, The Best in Boxing. Estamos en vivo desde la frontera más visitada del mundo, Tijuana, Baja California, México. ¡Ajusten sus cinturones! Introducing to you first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. He wears white trunks with red trim. He officially weighs in 138.5 pounds. Presentando ustedes en la esquina azul, pantaloncillo color blanco con rojo, con un peso de 138.5 libras. In 15 professional bouts, he stands with 13 victories, 1 defeat, 1 draw, and 11 of those victories coming by the fast way of knockout. Presenta un récord de 13 victorias, 1 derrota, 1 empate y 11 de esas victorias por la vía del knockout. El fuerte noqueador representando a la colonia 3 de octubre de Tijuana, Jose Pipino Cuevas. Más audio, por favor. And his opponent across the ring, standing in the red corner. He wears the Mexican colors, green, white, and red. He officially weighs in 139.5 pounds. Y su rival en la esquina roja, vistiendo los colores patrios, verde, blanco y rojo, con un peso de 139.5 libras. In 18 professional bouts, 16 victories, 1 defeat, 1 draw, and 13 of those victories coming by the fast way of knockout. Presenta un récord de 16 victorias, 1 derrota, 1 empate y 13 de esas victorias por la vía del knockout. From Bellingham, Washington, con sangre de Mazatlán, Sinaloa, y representando San Diego House of Boxing, San Diego, California, USA, the Diamond Boy, Kevin Torres. And now here is with the final instructions, your referee in charge para las indicaciones
Caballeros, ya se
finales,
le dieron las
Ángel
instrucciones
Méndez.
al camerino.
8 rounds, 8 saltos.
Caballeros, ya se les dieron las instrucciones. Protéjanse a todo momento, sigan las instrucciones, quiero una pelea limpia. Muy buena suerte, toquen guantes.
Head into our main event of the afternoon. Here from Tijuana, Mexico, outdoor arena. Kevin Diamond Boy Torres versus Jose Pipino Cuevas of Tijuana.
No.
Right off the bat, I think this round is going to be a study round. Both these fighters, like I mentioned, are knockout artists, but they're smart fighters.
Yeah, we've seen Kevin Torres here on Best in Boxing before, and he does have a very good style of boxing. He's a boxer puncher. I would categorize him as that. We've yet to seen Jose Pipino Cuevas. No relation to
the legend, Pipino Cuevas himself.
Right off the bat, we see Kevin Torres coming in with those hard jabs, not just to the head, but to the body, trying to dictate the pace. And so far, I think he has. Keeping Cuevas on the back foot.
You know, watching Kevin Torres move inside the ring, I can't help to remember the big Canelo Alvarez style. Kevin Torres sort of resembles Canelo's styles. Won't you say that, guys?
Yeah, a good time ago, I want to say maybe 2-3 years ago, he had a knockout that was reminiscent to when Canelo Alvarez knocked out Carlos Baldomir. The way this guy fell was the same way Baldomir fell.
And touching upon what you guys were mentioning right now, you see the waist movement that Torres has, being able to duck under the punches of Cuevas and hit him with an overhand right, I believe it was. And at this caliber of fights, you start to see the feints, the little gimmicks that professional fighters have and use.
And Kevin going and displaying that movement, like you said. Cuevas doesn't seem to have the same amount of boxing talent right off the bat. We're going to see if that power comes into play in this fight. Not necessarily opening up yet is Cuevas. Torres maybe throwing a few more shots, but keeping it limited as well. They're studying each other.
Yeah, this is just a study round.
It is an 8-round bout.
Well, you know what, guys? Both of these guys have punching power. So in a fighter's mind, does that make you a little bit more hesitant in order to engage with him? Knowing that they have one-punch knockout power?
Yes, of course. You can't ignore the danger that is present in both hands of Cuevas and Torres. However, I believe that Kevin Torres is being smart by coming in there and staying at a good distance, but still staying active with his punches. Now, Cuevas could be moving around, looking at the ring, letting Kevin throw a little bit, and studying him. Because this first round is when you see, where is his guard open?
Yeah, both fighters.
What does he do when I throw a jab,
Both fighters did a little bit more studying in that first round. We'll see what the second round brings. As we commence the second round of our main event of the evening. Kevin Torres, Jose Pipino Cuevas, super lightweight contention.
You see Cuevas coming in with those fast jabs, while Torres is throwing those hard jabs to the head and to the body.
And the corner of Cuevas asking for an overhand right. Seemed like he thought about it there, but stumbled forward onto Torres.
To try a check hook too. When Torres throws that hard jabs.
And these are sharp jabs from Torres, you know.
Yeah, because they both throw jabs, but you can tell the power is on the jab that Torres is throwing.
Yeah, Torres' jab has like more snap into it, right?
It's crispy, man.
Yeah. We're getting hungry. No?
Yeah, I'm getting hungry now, man. Calm down with the
crispy,
top.
yeah. Guacamole, bacon, yeah. Sounds about right.
And it seems as though Cuevas kind of getting a little bit more confidence now. Kind of first time he's stepping forward as he was there he goes stepping back again. Oh.
Yeah, but you know what? He's doing what Lopez was doing in the past fight, where he's jumping in, throwing the combinations, and stepping back, which he should do.
I've yet to see combinations yet from Cuevas. He's getting in there, but he's not necessarily throwing too much.
One thing I really like about Kevin Torres is that he's not he's always moving. He's not being Cuevas' target to hit. He's not being static. So and you don't normally see that on fighters such muscular as Kevin Torres. You normally see them like more static, like throwing one punch, knockout power each time. And Kevin Torres is not being that static. He's moving.
Well, yeah, but Cuevas landed a good jab while you were saying that, praising Torres.
Yeah,
didn't do much damage, but still got everybody's attention here.
That's what I get for speaking so slow.
No.
and you know what? Kevin Torres is doing a good job at moving, but he's staying active. He's staying in the distance to attack. So, like you guys compared him to Canelo, this is what Canelo does. He stays in your face, but with that waist movement, he evades your punches and attacks you when you make mistakes.
Pipino Cuevas' corner asking him to throw the jab more often.
This should include with a little bit more pop as
Yeah,
well.
He's throwing kind of just pity-pat punches, not necessarily sitting down on his shots. Is Cuevas, as Kevin Torres is, he's throwing to hurt you.
Yeah, man, and there's a huge difference between those two jabs. Now, Kevin Torres, if he doesn't feel the necessity to evade one of his punches, one of his jabs, because he's throwing them so slow, there's fighters that will eat that jab in order to hit you with that right, and that right's going to put you to sleep. Both these guys have that knockout power. And with Cuevas, he needs to look out for counters when he throws those kind of pity-pat jabs.
Pity-pat shots,
jabs,
yeah.
right?
He needs to put some mustard on him.
Yep.
There you go again, mustard.
You know what? I said at the beginning of this telecast, I don't know if it was the pay-per-view portion of it, I said people like to say that. But guess what, Gerardo? I like to say that.
He is people, man.
Yeah.
As we begin the third round of our main event, a little bit more busy is Kevin Torres with that jab.
I like how he throws the jabs and then move. He's waiting. He's not being static at all.
And the corner of Cuevas asking for more activity.
And Cuevas is continuing to throw that jab, but it's not doing much yet except marking distance.
I'd like to see the opponents or the knockouts that actually completed, because as of right now, from the beginning of this fight, I don't see it. I don't see that 11 knockout of 13 wins from Cuevas, the way he's throwing his shots.
Yeah, and what Cuevas could do, since he's throwing the jabs kind of lazy or with not so much pop, he could throw a double jab and then put a hard right hand in there. You know, mix it up.
Yeah, definitely needs to mix it up.
And as we say that, we take into account that Torres is not making it easy for him.
Yeah, he's not, but Cuevas landed a few shots there on the inside of Torres. nothing too damaging, but nonetheless, he did land those shots. He lands to the body and then to the face.
Yeah, the waist movement right now for Torres is outstanding.
And Cuevas, being from Tijuana, has the support of the small crowd that we do have here in this outdoor arena.
And you know what? Torres has fought multiple times here with Best in Boxing. So he has fans in the city too.
Yeah, absolutely, but I wouldn't say that it's the same amount as a fighter
As a
from
hometown
here.
fighter, yeah.
Hometown fighter.
Cuevas starting to pick up the pace.
And when people can travel, he does have a following. You see the fan base. You see the members of House of Boxing. You see his family members, his friends. They make the trip with a 15, 20-minute ride from San Diego to Tijuana.
Yeah, I've seen them even bring their dog to watch Torres.
Does that affect the fighter's mentality, not having his crowd, his family rooting for him? Does that affect in any way, guys?
It doesn't affect you negatively. It's just, you know, we're in here to do what we're here to do. But when you do have a crowd, you know, it gives you that boost of morale.
It definitely does. I see both fighters here picking up the pace on both ends here. After the excuse me guys, after the fans here are yelling for Cuevas to throw and throw and throw.
Yeah, and
Torres
you know what?
picked it up as well.
Yeah, and Cuevas, when he went back to the corner, he looked over to to his fans here in the crowd and kind of nodded like, "Hey, it's cool. I got this."
Yeah. Because Kevin Torres can also hear what they're saying, so he picked it up as well too. So it's a good showing from both fighters. As we see some replays from the past round, Dylan, what do you see here?
I see Torres staying calm, staying collected. You see that head movement, dodging the punches, real Canelo-like.
And coming back with shots.
Yeah. The crowd yelling for Pipino Cuevas, telling him, all right, you're warmed up. Let's go. Let's get it.
And the few shots that Cuevas has landed seem to bother Torres. Not necessarily hurt Torres, but went ahead and bothered him. So maybe that punching power is there.
Yeah, Torres has thrown and missed with the left hook 3 times. If Cuevas is able to capitalize on that, if he can see it and catch him with a check right hook of his own.
Or if Torres lands that hook, I mean, it might be a good night.
I was thinking the same thing.
That's
I was thinking the same thing.
That's it, and that's why we're so excited for this fight, man. Like we said, both these guys are knockout artists.
And there's that little check hook.
That's it.
It lands, not doing too much damage. It did pause Cuevas for a second. And Torres throwing that jab, sticking him with that jab. And it seems as though I'm getting the sense that Torres is coming on, landing those hard jabs.
Yeah, Kevin Torres' jab is doing a lot of work for him. He's winning the fight, being able to throw the jab, moving his head, not being stationary whatsoever. So I think the jab work for Kevin Torres is winning him the fight.
Yeah, right now, every time Torres is landing that jab, you see Cuevas' head pop back.
That's right.
And it's not like that when Cuevas throws his jab. He's throwing it to mark. He's throwing it, to keep distance or to keep Torres busy. But Torres has that great head movement, like Cuevas was showing right now, some movement of his own.
And as you mentioned earlier, Gerardo, you get the grunts from Kevin Torres as he throws his shots.
Cuevas now it's starting to get a little bit of that waist movement too, but gets caught with that solid jab of Torres.
And that'll definitely put a stop to your head movement, make you reset every time you get a hard jab landed on your face. It'll stop you.
Oh yeah, and Torres has not stopped, man. He's been throwing that solid jab in Cuevas' face all night.
Stop.
And after 4 rounds, we're going to go to our unofficial scorekeeper. Gerardo, how do you got it after 4?
3 rounds to 1, 39 to 36 to 37, Kevin Torres. You know what, guys? Kevin Torres' jab is doing a lot of work for him. That snappy left jab that, as Dylan mentioned earlier, is it's putting each time he sends it, you can see that Pipino is snapping his head back. So I have Kevin Torres 3 rounds to 1. There you go, guys.
I agree, man. Yeah. Torres is using that jab properly, man.
Well put. I'll be the third judge. I have it 2-2 going into the 5th round. And we see a solid jab and little combination there by Kevin Torres.
And the head movement as well.
The head movement, yeah. And they both come out a little bit more aggressive here in the 5th round, maybe getting some urgency from their corners, pick up the pace. And Kevin Torres leading with that jab again. Very educated jab that he throws.
Good head movement by Cuevas.
I mean, Cuevas, man, he's no joke either. You know, he's 13-1 with 11 knockouts. You got to respect that. So for the corner to be pleading for more shots from Kevin, I mean, Cuevas is throwing good shots too.
Yeah, Torres just landed a good left hook.
Oh! And a good hook connected. The corner is complaining that it wasn't a knockdown, but a punch was landed. Cuevas goes down. It's a knockdown.
It's a knockdown.
May not have been as hurt as other shots, but yeah, flash knockdown is a knockdown.
Keep your gloves off the canvas, man.
And it's that left hook that Kevin keeps coming back to. He keeps throwing that, and right now he connected and he got the knockdown.
And he's landing it to the head right now, but if he doubles it up with head, body, man.
Could definitely do some damage. Both fighters landing little combinations there. Cuevas with some urgency coming forward. Knows he needs to get this point back. And a good right hand landed by Cuevas.
Cuevas on the offense.
Cuevas
on the
is
attack.
on the offense, yeah.
And
I mean,
needs to be.
He feels that urgency.
And he needs to be, because you know what? Torres has been active throughout the whole fight.
But he opens up for Kevin's left hook.
He's going to have to go for it.
And a good strategy there to get off the ropes. Good movement. Cuevas trying to place him back. He does put him on the ropes. See if he can capitalize on it. He does not.
Torres doing a good job of
and a good overhead by
right.
Cuevas. And there he goes again. Follows up with the hook.
And you know what, Chris? I think those punches hurt Torres. He's stepping back a little bit.
He did step back. Now he's throwing back as Torres. But for the 3rd time in a row, Cuevas lands that overhand right
back
on Torres.
And this is Cuevas' chance right now. He needs to capitalize on it. But Torres hanging in.
And the way this round closed, Torres is fortunate that he knocked his opponent down. Mandatory 10-8 round, because the way this round closed, with Torres' back against the ropes, Cuevas might have taken the edge if it wasn't for that knockdown.
I like what you said right now. Mandatory 10-8 round considering the knockdown. But we did see a lot of Pipino on the last minute of the round. He didn't actually got hurt. You know what? It is a knockdown. 10-8 is almost mandatory.
Almost
but
mandatory,
he did
yes.
come out and won the last part of the round. So you know what? I am leaning to give him 10-9 round for Kevin Torres on this.
Yeah, and you know what? There is such a thing as a second wind, which Cuevas might be getting right now because he's coming out with more motivation. His hometown crowd right now is going crazy.
And the crowd saying that Torres is tired. And we've yet to see it, but we still have 3 rounds left. 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, Cuevas is definitely back in. But I don't think Torres is tired, man. And he keeps popping that head back on Cuevas with the jabs.
Yeah, he's showing good movement, is Torres, and we don't see any evidence that he's tired. But that's sometimes a psychological effect that you can have on the fighter. Oh, your opponent's tired. Okay, I'm gonna pick it up.
Yeah, and that's the benefits of having your your people here supporting you.
Good counter right by Torres there. Cuevas continues to press forward.
And he countered that jab because, like I said, he's throwing it with not too much pop in it, you know?
Yeah, he's just flickering that jab out there. Is Cuevas, not necessarily putting too much effort into connecting hard.
Torres doing a good job of moving around the ring, and Cuevas is now the guy that's putting on the pressure.
Yeah, and a good little turn of events here, as we see that Kevin Torres can box, he can move, he can stick.
Cuevas stalking Kevin Torres, putting on the pressure, as Dylan said.
Torres is staying intelligent, man. Moving around.
And it just might be that the shots that Cuevas throws are just heavy. 11 knockouts and 13 wins. He probably just hits hard. If he's making Kevin Torres respect him enough to box instead of brawl like he usually does. Or not brawl, but pressure.
Ooh. Good left hook.
Good hook landed by Torres, but it's not enough to keep Cuevas off of him as Cuevas continues to pressure and bring the fight to Kevin Torres.
Good job to Kevin Torres working off the back foot. Cuevas is putting on that pressure, man. As we hear the crowd here urging Cuevas to put pressure on Kevin Torres.
And it seemed to have been working up until these last 20 seconds or so, where Cuevas just froze.
Yeah, and I think that's a mistake. He can't stand in front of Kevin Torres and not throw.
As we bring it in to the final 2 rounds, gonna call on our unofficial scorer after 6. Gerardo, how do you have it?
All right, 58-55 for Kevin Diamond Boy Torres. As you said, Chris, I just wanted to put that point out there. But as you said, round number 5, you got to give it an almost mandatory 10-8 round. So considering that, I think that Pipino Cuevas came back on this 6th round in order to win this round. So 58-55, Kevin Torres.
Very nice. As we catch a replay of the last round, we see Kevin Diamond Boy Torres simply using his boxing skills.
And like I mentioned, he's fighting off the back foot, but he's doing a good job at it.
Landing in a good lead right there. Pipino Cuevas did not have an answer in that last round.
Kevin Torres coming out more aggressive this round.
And a good right hand by Torres. Does not halt. Cuevas.
Cuevas has a chin. Cuevas has a chin. He has absorbed Kevin's power all through this 6 rounds.
And he keeps coming, he keeps throwing.
Oh, good left hook by Cuevas.
Good left hook, good uppercut by Kevin Torres. And a good overhand right by Cuevas. Good
fight now.
Yeah, good exchange by both. Kevin Torres rips to the body. And it doesn't seem to deter Pipino Cuevas as he charges forward. Antsy to land his shots. And a little bit of holding by Cuevas, separated by the ref, and back to it. There you go, good hook shot landed by Cuevas.
Good work on the inside by both. I think Cuevas should get a little bit of space so he can throw in power punches. I see he's getting too close and smothering the power of the punches that he's throwing.
But also at the same time smothering what Kevin Torres is doing. So, I mean, that mental pressure of a guy just coming forward on you when typically Kevin Torres is the guy going forward. Typically, Kevin Torres is the aggressor. Right now, he's fighting off his back foot, you know,
and doing a good job.
Doing a good job, but the mental pressure being applied by Cuevas, you know, sometimes that could get you to get tired far more quickly than if you're the aggressor.
That's the Mexican pride right there, keeping on the pressure, never letting an inch, always moving forward and throwing punches.
So right now I see Kevin Torres landing the shots, even though Cuevas is the one charging forward, keeping that pressure.
Had a good combination right there,
Nice
and another
flurry.
one by Torres.
As we close in on the last 30 seconds, another little pity-pat combination by Kevin Torres, and he continues to just slip and slide, Floyd Mayweather style. Definitely a different game that we're used to seeing. Cuevas bringing on and closing strong the round. May or may not be able to give it to him. We're gonna find out.
Yeah, who do you give that round to?
That's a definite.
That's a very tough round.
Tough round to score. Honestly, for me, I would give that round to Kevin Torres because he won 85% of the round. You know, Cuevas closed strong. I don't think it was enough to win the round.
Well, we're coming to the final round of this exciting fight, like we predicted. Kevin Torres versus Cuevas. We knew this was going to be competitive. We said this from the beginning, and it did not disappoint.
It did not disappoint. Very good matchmaking by Boristeca Boxing Promotions, by Grito de Guerra Promotions. This is what boxing is about, man. I like it. This was a good card. We get a good main event. Two fighters trying to win. Nobody's folding.
And you know what, guys? If I'm on Kevin Torres' corner, I need to state the obvious.
Did he take a knee? Did he take a knee? It looked like
it, Chris.
It looked like Cuevas took a knee. Solid shot by Torres landed there.
Oh, and he's throwing it again. It's that overhand right, Chris.
I'd like to see the replay because it looked like Cuevas took a knee when Torres landed that short left hook.
Oh, and good body shot by Torres.
He's hurt.
And you're right, Gerardo. It seems like Cuevas is hurt. See if Torres can capitalize on a hurt opponent.
And that is what I was about to say. That if I am at Kevin Torres' corner, you need to remind and state the obvious. You're not the local guy. You need to take this fight home. And I think that Kevin Torres is doing that.
He's trying to prove that right now in the 8th and final round. Cuevas is trying to make plead for his case as well, trying to throw shots. They're not as crisp as Kevin Torres' shots, but let alone he's throwing and landing. And once again, I'd like to take a look back if that knee did touch at the beginning of the round by Cuevas. And a good overhand right by Torres. Pipino Cuevas puts his opponent on the ropes, continuing to press forward.
I think that was a low blow.
And it seemed like it was a low blow, considering Cuevas smothers his shot. Great blow. And a good overhand right by Torres. Response by Cuevas. As I'm a bit puzzled. Okay, never mind. The mouthpiece came out. I did not see it.
Yeah.
None of us saw it.
As he threw the overhand right, Kevin Torres' mouthpiece came off, fell off.
As we come into the final minute of the final round of the final bout of the afternoon.
Little rough tactics for Kevin Torres.
Yeah, but both fighters not giving an inch. Good overhand right by Torres, followed up by an uppercut. And it seemed to get Cuevas' attention as he kind of halted his offense for a second. And another solid overhand right by Torres, kind of sealing the deal for closing this match. And a hard body shot. You know, in the middle rounds, Cuevas brought it, but Torres definitely closed the last two rounds strong, making a good case to win this fight. But we still have the decision of the judges of what's to come. But before that, we're going to send it to our unofficial scorer. How do you see it after 8, Gerardo?
78-73 to Kevin Torres. You need to be reminded, folks, of the knockdown on round number 5. So that is a mandatory, as Chris stated earlier, 10-8 round. So I get the sense, guys, that this is a closer fight that the card is projecting, but it could either be closer, as the local judges are here from Tijuana.
Yeah, and you know what? While we wait for the decision,
we're gonna
look at
see
this replay real quick.
If the knee touched of the little shots that not so little, excuse me, that's not the right terminology to use, of the solid hard shots that landed by Torres. You know, we're going to see if the knee touched of Jose Pipino Cuevas at the beginning of the round. I'd like to think that he did, but the replay will go ahead and show us that. And having a few technical difficulties, are we?
Well, while we wait for that replay, I just want to thank LRT Tire Warehouse for sponsoring this event. You know, thanks to you guys, we have these amazing fights.
LRT.
This card was stacked, man, and it did not disappoint.
Yeah, LRT Tire Warehouse, thank you, bringing us the main event. Kevin Torres, Jose Pipino Cuevas, fantastic matchup, good investment. And as we get word from the truck, we get a replay.
Oh, yeah, he looked like he was going down.
So we got a different angle. We didn't necessarily see the knee touch, but we see a wobble as we take it for the official announcement.
Damas y caballeros,
from
después de
Pablo
8
Flores.
rounds de combate, tenemos la decisión de los jueces. This bout, ladies and gentlemen, has gone to the distance of 8 rounds, and now we have the judges' scorecards. El juez, Judge Jesse Hernandez, he scores it 79-72. 79-72. And judges Sergio Lechuga and Alejandro Rochin have the same scores of 80-71. Estos dos últimos jueces coinciden en números 80-71. For your winner by the way of unanimous decision, su ganador por la vía de la decisión unánime, Bellingham, Washington, Mazatlán, Sinaloa y San Diego House of Boxing, the Diamond Boy, Kevin Torres. Y también fuerte reconocimiento para su rival de Tijuana, José el Pipino Cuevas.
All right, I'm here with the winner, Diamond Boy, Kevin Torres. Hey, so walk us through as you managed to throw the jab more and more, and you saw Pipino's head snapping back each time you threw it. What that jab did for you in this fight? ¿Qué hizo ese jab para ti conforme la cabeza de Pipino se iba un poquito hacia atrás cada que lo tirabas?
No, pues ese jab me dio la oportunidad de dar mi espacio y entrar a mi ritmo de pelea, que es lo que yo quería hacer.
That jab get my rhythm going.
Y eso me dio la oportunidad también de darle los golpes duros.
And throw set up with the jab, throw the heavy punches. In the fifth round, you managed to get the knockdown. En el quinto round lo tumbaste. ¿Qué pensaste cuando lo viste? ¿Dijiste, ya con esto ya voy? ¿O quisiste relajarte un poquitito más? What do you want to do as you knocked him down on the fifth round? Do you want to throw heavy leather, or you wanted to relax a little bit in order to get another punch thrown?
No, lo conecté bien y pues cayó la lona y yo lo vi que no está lastimado. Entonces yo no.
I noticed he wasn't really hurt.
Sí, no estaba lastimado y pues yo seguí con mi plan de boxeo y así terminé la pelea.
I stick to the game plan and I finished the fight. So, ¿qué sigue para ti? ¿Qué es lo que quieres?
No, pues ahorita voy a disfrutar a la familia un poco y voy a regresar al gym, a entrenar duro y vamos pues en los escenarios más grandes, para Las Vegas, para Los Ángeles, lo que queremos.
I want to celebrate with my family, heading back to the gym, and I want bigger fights. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for tonight, Kevin Torres.
Quiero darle las gracias a mi equipo, House of Boxing, Jab Management, Boristeca Promotions. Quiero darle una gracias a todo el público aquí, una gracias a mi familia, a mi novia, a todos mis amigos que me apoyan. Y yo sé que ya pasó el feliz día de independencia de México, pero ¡arriba México!
Kevin Torres, everybody.
2 y 3. 2 y 3.
What's his name? Angel Rodriguez.
Angel Rodriguez.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you for being a part of our second successful pay-per-view Best in Boxing, brought to you today by Boristeca Boxing Promotions. Excellent main event, won by Diamond Boy Kevin Torres. And an honorable mention for Angel Rodriguez, one of the most wicked knockouts you'll see here today. Dylan, talk us through that brutal knockout by Angel Rodriguez.
I'm not going to say much about the knockout. I'm still kind of shook up by it. You know, that was a crazy knockout. It's going to be in the highlights of the year, definitely. Yeah, man, I'm still shook up. You know,
very exciting bout card brought to you by Boristeca Boxing Promotions. Once again, we want to thank you guys for being a part of this successful pay-per-view promotion here, brought to you by Boristeca Boxing Promotions. On behalf of Best in Boxing, thank you for joining. Goodbye.